Chapter 49-61. When the Heaven's secret beast suddenly launched its counterattack and rushed in other directions, there were a total of 7 people who were not protected by the 9-colored sea of flames. 4 of them were from the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, 1 was from the Temple of Glory's Violent Bear Desolate Venerate, and the last 2 were the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command. The 2 mechanical behemoths were too huge, almost 300 million miles long. Facing such a terrifying energy beam attack, they were at a disadvantage. So therefore, just as the Heaven's secret beast launched its counterattack, the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command were already at the forefront. In the shocking explosion, they quickly disintegrated into millions of mechanical beasts of different sizes. In the first moment, whether dead or alive, they were all collected by D-Air with a wave of his hand. In addition, among the other 5 people, the Violent Bear Desolate Venerate from the Temple of Glory's huge body was shot into a huge meat sieve by the massive amount of pure golden energy beam. Not to mention the instant death, more than 30% of his flesh was vaporized by the terrifying high temperature of the crimson gold energy beam. Because it was too damaged, his body could not even condense a single piece of Desolate Supremacy blood essence. This scene made even Yi Xian feel pained when he saw it. 1. The blood essence of a Desolate Supremacy was wasted just like that. This Heaven's secret beast was truly a shameless bunch that made one want to curse at it. On the other hand, the 10 desolate venerable old monsters from the human clan's 2 camps, the Everlasting Dynasty and the Jianghu Celestial Palace, although they also rushed in other directions, under the sudden attack of the Tianji beast, they did not receive the protection of the 9-colored flame sea. However, because the 4 of them were too small in size and reacted quickly enough, they immediately teleported to billions of miles away. At that distance, the originally overwhelming pure golden energy beam was distributed more sparsely in the void. Therefore, under vigilance and constant dodging, when this wave of pure golden energy attack ended, these 4 late-stage desolate venerates of the 7th rank were all unharmed without exception. But they survived this crisis by a hair's breadth. But even so, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demon Hall's losses were still extremely heavy. 2-3 of the 12 Desolate Supremacy old monsters had fallen in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, one of them was a late-stage Desolate Supremacy of the 7th rank, while the other 2 were peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th rank, which was equivalent to half-step Heavenly Tao. One had to know that this was merely a casual wave of energy attack from the Heaven's legacy beast. This kind of scattered energy attack was not something anyone could withstand. Just one attack and they had already paid such a heavy price. How could the rest of the battle continue? At this moment, the hearts of at least half of the 19 Baron Zun old monsters who had survived this wave of energy attacks had sunk to the bottom of the valley. They had sunk into absolute despair, and they no longer held any hope for this battle. Most the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were the most direct. Ever since the Heavenly Mystery Beast launched this energy attack a few breaths ago, these 2 old fellows had turned around and fled. Quan fleeing with all his might, he had already traveled close to 100 billion kilometers away in a short period of time. From the looks of it, it was clear that he intended to flee without returning. Matter in reality, other than the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, the other desolate Zun old monsters had already started to withdraw. Screech, D-Air, who had suffered the heaviest loss in this wave of attack, raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. It was filled with endless unwillingness and anger. However, he did not act rashly because of this. Instead, he chose to endure. He turned around and fled in the direction where the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock had fled. The 4 late-stage old monsters from the 2 human camps were the same. One of them had a face darker than the bottom of a pot. There was a thick sense of bad luck and despair that could not be dispersed. This included the blood-devouring War Lion, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the other late-stage old monster from the Temple of Glory, the Green Jackal Desolate Sovereign. All of them were the same. They shook their heads and sighed. Then, they turned around and fled in all directions. It was clearly the rhythm of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. 22 powerful desolate Zun old monsters had attacked together without any results. Now that 3 of them had fallen, there were only 19 left. Even if they were unwilling to continue fighting, what was the point? At this moment, everyone was retreating. They had given up on struggling. This encirclement had failed. It was a complete failure. The heavenly Dao realm was still the heavenly Dao realm. If one did not take that step, they would not be able to understand the power and horror of the heavenly Dao realm. Even if there were more desolate Zun old monsters, they would not be able to crush a true heavenly Dao realm expert with sheer numbers. Yi Xian knew this better than all the other desolate Zun old monsters present. This was because not long ago, he had used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to forcefully step into the true heavenly Dao realm in the primordial void. The reason why he chose to join forces with all the desolate Zun old monsters of the heavenly Dao alliance to force their way into the Tianji star domain and attack the Tianji beast that had stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm was because the other party had yet to recover from its injuries. Even after surviving the heavenly Dao tribulation, it had yet to stabilize its realm. No. With Yi Xian's understanding of the power of the heavenly Dao realm, if the Tianji beast was in its peak condition and had already stabilized its cultivation realm, he would not have made such a decision no matter what. It could be said that he was taking a gamble. He was gambling that the Tianji beast's injuries were not light. He was gambling that it had just survived the heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to stabilize its realm. Therefore, there was no way it could withstand the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zun old monsters. Unfortunately, although he was right in the first half of the gamble, he was wrong about the final outcome of the second half. Heavens! He was afraid that the Tianji beast had yet to recover from its injuries. Even though it had just survived the heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to completely stabilize its realm, it was still able to easily defeat the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zun old monsters. It had even managed to kill 3 desolate Zun with a casual counterattack. Among them, there were 2 desolate Zun old monsters at the perfected heavenly Dao realm. Heavens! It's over. The attack had failed, and instead, 3 desolate Zun old monsters had perished under the Tianji beast's counterattack. The other existences had chosen to give up as they turned to flee. Most shameless. The 9-headed blood Wyrm and azure sky rock that had fled the furthest were nearly 100 billion kilometers away. As such, what was the point of his 3 blood sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and pig demons staying behind? Even the joint attack of the 12 desolate venerables was fruitless, so what could the 8 of them do? Even if they wanted to use the heaven sundering bow, there was no need to use it here. And they could retreat to the forbidden land of rising sun first and wait for the right moment. Such as if the Tianji beast really did not give up and chased after them, it would still not be too late to use the heaven sundering bow and kill them all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian also had the intention to retreat. Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with unwillingness and annoyance as he let out a long sigh. At this moment, just as he was about to send a message to Pig Demon to retreat, and at the same time, he waved his hand to recall the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton, and the blood mist avatars back into his body. Along with an earth-shattering roar, an earth-shattering change suddenly descended without warning. Chapter 4962. Roar. You want to leave just like this? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? The next moment, the celestial mystery beast raised its head and roared angrily. The voice of the celestial mystery beast was heard. Halfway through, its voice suddenly became stern. I just said that today, no one here can leave. Roar. Buzz. As soon as the 2 roars fell, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the terrifying figure that was 400 million miles wide. With this buzzing sound, with the celestial mystery beast as the center, within a radius of 100 billion miles, the entire vast and boundless void trembled slightly. An invisible force shrouded this vast and boundless void. This was the power of some kind of heavenly law, which was triggered by the activation of some secret method of the celestial mystery beast and resonated with it. Bang! Bang! At the end of the line of sight, 2 earth-shaking booms rang out. The 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, who had already fled more than 90 billion miles away, came to an abrupt halt. Judging from the noise, it was as if they had bumped into an indestructible mountain peak and were directly knocked back. They even had a bump on their heads, on their hearts. In shock and anger, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock raised their heads and roared angrily. Instantly, they roared unwillingly, "Oh, damn it, what happened? Had the void been sealed? Why is there an invisible barrier in front of us all of a sudden?" Screech, "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. It's just a few billion miles. We almost rushed out, but now we're trapped." What bad luck. It was no wonder that they were so sad and indignant. This invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the void without any warning was just a few billion miles in front of them. With the speed of the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, such a short distance would be left behind in 2 or 3 breaths at most. But, now, everything was too late. The void was sealed. Even if it was only a few billion miles, it was no different from a natural moat for them now, which they could not cross at all, not only here, but also in several other directions. Although the 4 human race desolate supremacies from the Immortal Court and 10 absolute celestial palaces had yet to escape 100 billion miles away, when they saw the nine-headed blood dragon and azure sky rock colliding head-on with the invisible barrier in front of them, not only did they get a huge bloody bump on their heads, they even bounced back. As their hearts skipped a beat, they waved their hands almost reflexively. For lights of different colors blasted out in an instant. In half a second, they had already reached the area about 100 billion miles ahead. Boom. Boom, 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 an explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The void 100 billion miles away rippled like fish scales, but it quickly stabilized. This invisible barrier that enveloped 100 billion kilometers was clearly extremely stable. The 4 desolate supremacies' full-powered attacks did not even manage to crack open a tiny crack. All it did was produce a layer of scales before it was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, the 4 human race desolate supremacies who attacked had despair in their eyes. Their figures that were charging forward also came to an abrupt halt in the void. In other directions, Bloody Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the others who were about to test the waters also came to an abrupt halt. Their eyes were filled with rage and despair as they turned to glare at the celestial mystery beast. "I have said that none of you can escape. This is a nomological barrier formed by the resonance of the laws of the void. If you are not in the heavenly Tao realm, even if you self-destruct nearby, you will not be able to forcibly break it open." At this moment, the celestial mystery beast's voice sounded again. It was filled with endless disdain and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. "Run. Why aren't you running? Kakik, all of you can stay. I am not in a hurry. I will deal with you one by one. In the end, all of you will die." Roar. In the end, there was another angry roar. The celestial mystery beast's beehive-like head slowly turned. There seemed to be 2 streaks of light flashing across its 2 facets. It was as though its eyes were locked onto D-Air in another direction. "Everything will begin with you, D-Air." Swoosh. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the celestial mystery beast's colossal body had already charged out. It was like a giant star streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few billion miles away from D-Air. It's out of the 6 arms of different shapes on his body, one of them suddenly lifted up. Even though they were billions of miles apart, he did not say anything and threw a punch at D-Air. Damn it. Everything happened too quickly. D-Air, who had fled nearly 50 billion miles away, did not expect such a shocking change in the situation. Wait. By the time he snapped to his senses, it was already too late. Tens of billions of kilometers was nothing to a heaven legacy beast whose cultivation level had reached the true heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, its body was massive, reaching 400 million kilometers in length. In the blink of an eye, the celestial mystery beast had already closed in. The terrifying power of the punch caused D-Air's electronic consciousness to be slightly disrupted. Screech, whoosh. In his fear, D-Air raised his head and let out a fierce howl. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Following that, he suddenly waved his hand and a streak of green light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of millions of miles away from him. It was the green jade ruler that he had previously suspended above his head. In the next moment, although the Jade Ruler had abruptly stopped, it suddenly expanded in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of millions of miles long. It was like a star. At the same time, within the incomparably huge Jade Ruler, a blinding green light bloomed. In a flash, it transformed into a green light screen that was nearly 100 million miles in diameter. Bang! Whoosh! Ka-cha-cha! Almost at the same time, the celestial mystery beast's giant fist had already arrived. The moment it made contact, the green light screen shattered inch by inch like a thin layer of ice. At the same time, the green Jade Ruler's body that had expanded to the size of a star also shattered. This was the full-powered attack of a true heavenly Dao realm expert. Although the green Jade Ruler was a primordial treasure, it was still unable to withstand it. After it completely shattered, it instantly turned into specks of green light and quietly dissipated in the void. However, even though the Jade Ruler had shattered, it was still unable to completely block the terrifying power of the punch. The celestial mystery beast's giant fist stopped in front of the shattered green Jade Ruler. However, the invisible shockwave from this attack instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the void and arrived in front of D-Air. Caught off guard, it struck him in the chest. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. D-Air's figure was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He was instantly sent flying backward. Boom! At the same time, the voice of Di's divine sense rang out again. Don't worry, this blow will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste. Maybe you don't know that the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. Chapter 49-63. Don't worry, this attack will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste, perhaps you don't know, but the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. As his figure rapidly approached, he sent D-Air flying with a punch. Di's divine consciousness voice rang out again. It could be heard clearly in the entire vast and boundless void. At this moment, everyone, including Yi Xian, subconsciously looked at D-Air. The expressions on everyone's faces were very complicated, and the meaning in their eyes was even more indescribable. Because, after De had merged the entire Tianji clan into the Tianji beast, he had entered the true heavenly path realm. Although he had not fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered during the heavenly path thunder tribulation, and even his realm had not completely stabilized, the heavenly path realm was still the heavenly path realm. From a certain point of view, compared to D-Air and everyone present, he was now an even more powerful existence. An existence of this level, who could shake the power of the heavenly path in a part of the world, was already incomparably arrogant. In their eyes, everything else was just an ant. How could an existence of the heavenly path realm lie to an ant? It could be said that although his words were extremely shocking and could even be said to be cruel, almost no one, including Yi Xian, doubted its authenticity. In fact, Di's actions had indeed proven this point. With his current cultivation strength, if he were to punch D-Air's body at such a close distance, there was almost no chance for the latter to survive. The only result was that he would die on the spot. But, at this moment, although D-Air was seriously injured, and even his consciousness was a little blurry, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled billions of miles. Within his body, there was a low rumbling sound continuously. Clearly, some of the complicated components in his body had fallen into chaos. If this were to happen to a living creature of flesh and blood, this was clearly the rhythm of an internal organ injury. It was extremely serious, but no matter what, D-Air had indeed survived. He did not die on the spot, and from the current situation, it seemed that there was no possibility of him being seriously injured or dying. This was clearly the result of De deliberately holding back and not wanting to take his life. While the only reason why De did this is that, as he said, he left D2 alive and waited until after the war to devour him. Screech. Not only were Yi Xian and the others certain of this, but even D-Air himself was aware of this. Here at this moment, his consciousness was a little chaotic due to the disorder of the important components in his body. His body maintained its balance as he flew backward into the distant void. An incomparably mournful scream came out of his mouth, frightening those who heard it. No. I don't believe it. He was not from the human race. Instead, he was the same as the Tianji race's leader, De. He was a mechanical life form created by the human race's technological pioneer. Xingbo De had always had complicated and special feelings for Xingbo. He didn't dare to say that he saw him as a father, but at the very least, he respected him as much as a teacher. Previously, when he found out from Yi Xian that Xingbo was not dead and that his identity was so mysterious and strange, that even De might not have betrayed him and had always known the secret that Xingbo was not dead, De had already experienced a painful struggle in his heart. All this time, in his heart, De was the traitor and the culprit behind Xingbo's murder, and he was Xingbo's successor, protecting the human race's technological camp in place of Xingbo, never leaving or abandoning him. Everything that he found out earlier was already a huge blow to him, and it could be said that De had made it through with great difficulty. Now, De actually said that his birth was only created by Xingbo and left for De to devour. Such a fact was too cruel to De, and it was tantamount to destroying his spirit. Because it was because of this that he was so unwilling at this moment. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was crazy. The blow was too heavy, and he couldn't accept it. Even if he vaguely guessed that this was the truth, he would rather lie to himself than admit it. Unwilling to accept it? That's really sad, but I can understand. After all, it's too cruel. Before De's ruthless howl had died down, De's divine sense voice sounded again, revealing a sense of ridicule. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth, and there is no room for doubt. There should be layers of seals in your body, right? As your cultivation and strength increase, the seals will also be undone layer by layer. At this point, there should only be 2 or 3 seals left. Don't worry. I will personally unseal the last 2 or 3 seals for you later. When that time comes, you will have matured, and it will be time for you to devour. Screech. As soon as he finished speaking, De once again raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Compared to before, it was even more mournful. De was right. There were indeed layers of seals in his body, but because De had not been by Xingbo's side for long, he did not know what these seals were used for. Even more so, as for whether there were such layers of seals in De's body, he also did not know. After all, he was first created by Xingbo, and after De, when Xingbo first created him, he had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, De broke through layer by layer, and his cultivation and strength increased accordingly. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body. At that time, his cultivation and strength had already reached the late stage of the remote antiquity almighty. According to De's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar as a result. It should not be a problem for him to break through to the early stage of the remote antiquity supremacy in a short period of time. In fact, it was indeed so. After he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, De instantly had the cultivation of a second stage Desolate Venerable, leaping to the early stage of the Desolate Venerable. According to the extent of this increase, he even deduced that if he broke through the remaining 2 layers of seals, his cultivation and strength would most likely soar to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the great circle of the 9th stage, which was half a step into the heavenly way. After his cultivation had stabilized, he had thought of breaking through the seals again. However, later on, because he knew the secret that Xingbo had not died, De had doubts about the last 2 layers of seals. Therefore, although he had hesitated several times, he did not break through. For example, today, when he suddenly heard such words from De, the shock and sorrow in De's heart could be imagined. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. All of this flashed through his mind. Coupled with the confusion in his consciousness caused by the disruption of the important components in his body, De was on the brink of insanity at this moment. After raising his head and roaring a few times, he abruptly stopped. His body also quietly stopped moving in the void. It looked as if his flesh and blood had fainted. Chapter 49-64. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Perhaps it was because the blow was too heavy, or perhaps it was because some of the important components in his body were in chaos, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. At this moment, Daoist was on the verge of madness. He raised his head and roared. After letting out a few earth-shattering ruthless roars, he suddenly stopped. Even his figure quietly stopped moving in the void. Look! It was as if his flesh and blood vitality had fainted. This scene shocked everyone. Even Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Tang, the supreme being of the remote antiquity, was so angry that he fainted. It could be seen how painful the torment Daoist was going through right now. It was truly a pity. Kakik, that's it? Are you pretending to be dead, or did you crash? The celestial mystery beast glanced at Daoist, who had already fainted, and let out a disdainful sneer. Then, he retracted his gaze and ignored him. He was in existence at the heavenly Dao realm. Even if Daoist was in his peak condition, there was no way for him to escape once his aura was locked onto, let alone the fact that he had fainted. No matter where he went, he would be caught up and dragged back. He definitely had to devour Daoist, but this was not urgent. Besides Daoist, there were still 18 desolate Zun-old monsters in this vast void that was sealed in a radius of 100 billion miles. For example, now that they were all trapped here, there was no way for them to escape. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the celestial mystery beast. If he killed them one by one, he could finish them off in a very short time. Then, wouldn't it be even faster to devour Daoist calmly? Roar. I've said it before. Today, none of you will be able to escape, Human Race Federation. Is that so awesome? All these years, you have been fighting with my celestial mystery clan. Today, I will kill all the desolate Zun-old monsters of your Human Race Federation. After retracting its gaze, the heaven's mystery beast raised its head and roared. Then, the chi in its body spread out and locked onto the several desolate Zun-old monsters from the Human Race Federation. Among the 22 desolate venerable old monsters that joined forces to surround the Tianji beast, there were a total of 8 desolate venerables in the magic hall led by Yi Xian. They were the 3 blood sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit. They were all peak desolate venerables at the 9th rank great perfection. Division in addition, there were 5 from the Star Alliance, and the remaining 9 from the Human Federation. This is among the 9 desolate venerable old monsters. Daoist and his 2 mechanical beasts took up 3 of them. Now, all 3 of them were dead. His of the remaining 6, the desolate sovereign of the blue jackal of the Temple of Glory had fallen. Such as in the end, only the wild bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory was left, along with 4 other human desolate sovereigns from the imperishable star and the 10 ultimate celestial palace. All of them were at the advanced stages of their Tier 7 cultivation. After the desolate venerable old monsters were definitely at the level of the core grand ancestor in any race. Their position was so high that others could only look up to them. But now, as the Tianji beast's consciousness locked onto them, the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Human Federation shuddered. Their faces changed in an instant. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled in different directions. Even though this space had been sealed off by the Heaven's legacy beast with the power of laws, there was still 100 billion square kilometers of space within that invisible barrier. With their speed, they could at least buy themselves some time by moving around this area. Roar. Among the 5, the wild bear desolate sovereign, who was the largest, raised his head and roared. He immediately shrunk his body. His huge body, which was originally thousands of miles long, was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he shrunk to only a few feet. As his body shrank, not only did his movements become more nimble, his speed also became faster. More importantly, the strength of his physical body had also increased because of this. This was clearly the rhythm of giving up on counterattacking and putting all his strength into defending himself. Matter in fact, the Tianji beast's first target was not him at all. Although the wild bear desolate sovereign came from the Temple of Glory, which was the original headquarters of the 10,000 Reapers Federation, he was not a human. The entire 10,000 Reapers Federation was still dominated by humans. Therefore, Di Yi's interest in the other 4 desolate venerable old monsters was obviously greater than his. At this moment, his terrifying body that was 400 million miles long was rushing straight to the right. The one who was escaping in this direction was actually a desolate venerable old monster from an eternal dynasty. There was a brass bell hanging above this desolate venerable old monster's head. It exuded an extremely ancient aura. There was even a dark golden light curtain pouring down, protecting his body. He was also very fast. He did not rush straight to the right. After all, there was an invisible barrier in front of him. Instead, he zigzagged through the void, trying his best to avoid being locked on by the Tianji beast's aura. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank was indeed very powerful. However, for the Tianji beast who had truly stepped into the realm of heavenly Tao, he was nothing. Whoosh, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. Although the Tianji beast's body was extremely huge, 400 million miles long, his speed was too fast, and he was extremely agile. Along with this sound, in just a breath's time, the huge Tianji beast had already closed in on the desolate venerable old monster's back. No! Among its 6 arms of different shapes, one of them instantly struck out, boom! Bang! This scene gave people a very strange feeling. The heaven's secret beast's arm was too massive, like a gigantic pillar that held up the sky. As for the human race's desolate supremacy, who was hurriedly escaping, compared to it, he was as tiny as a firefly. In fact, including the comparison of strength, it was the same as well. A desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank would definitely be able to withstand the full power attack of a true heavenly Tao elite. With this punch, the void exploded. It did not shatter inch by inch, but completely explode. Along with the earth-shattering boom, the desolate venerable old monster who was escaping in the distance directly exploded without any suspense. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated. Just like that, his body and soul were annihilated. While, however, to the humongous Heaven's Legacy beast, all of this seemed like a trivial matter. One after exploding a desolate venerable old monster with a punch, he immediately retracted his fist. The huge beehive-like ridged head turned slightly, as if there were 2 rays of light shooting out, sweeping towards the back left. Next, is the second one. At the next moment, Di Yi's divine sense voice sounded again. When it entered everyone's ears, it made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. In just a breath's time, the Human Federation had lost a desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank. This terrifying battle strength was simply outrageous. Whoosh! With a sharp sound breaking through the air, the Tianji beast changed its direction. Its huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the back left. Chapter 4965. Whoosh! Accompanied by an extremely sharp sound, the Heaven's Secret Beast, which had just blown up a late-stage desolate supremacy with a punch, changed its direction at this moment. Its huge body instantly turned into a beam of light and shot towards the left. The one who was escaping in this direction was also a late-stage human race old monster, but he was from the Tenju Celestial Palace. At this moment, after feeling the Heaven's Secret Beast's aura lock onto him, this late-stage old monster was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He raised his head and let out an extremely shrill roar, revealing endless unwillingness and struggle. He knew that under such circumstances, facing the pursuit of a true heavenly Tao realm expert, and with his aura locked onto, there was no possibility of him escaping. If it was not so, how could the Huang Zun of the Imperial Dynasty, who came from the human clan like him and was also a rank 7 old monster, be so easily blown up by the Tianji beast with one punch? He was unwilling, but he could not change anything. He could not change the outcome of his death today, and it was immediately. And, in the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Secret Beast, whose body was larger than a giant star, had already caught up to him. Without any hesitation, it still punched out lightly. The power of this punch was also extremely shocking, and the void exploded because of it. It was not shattering inch by inch, but exploding completely. Hiss, realizing that death was near, the human race desolate supremacy from the Jianghu celestial palace raised his head and let out a roar. His blood-red eyes were completely red, and he actually spread out his beard and directly self-destructed. Boom! In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering boom. In front of them, the old monster of the late stage of the human clan, who was originally fleeing, directly exploded without any suspense, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Just like that, his body and soul were destroyed. However, even so, such an attack, to the heaven's secret beast, could not cause any harm or even threaten it. The punch that had already been thrown out did not retract because of this, but continued to be thrown out. The air was exploding, and the energy was wreaking havoc. A formless and terrifying hurricane appeared out of thin air, and like a violent gale sweeping up fallen leaves, it directly blew away the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of this late-stage old monster from the Jianghu heavenly palace. This scene was truly too ironic. A 7th rank advanced stage old monster had chosen to detonate himself when he was unable to escape, but even then, he was actually unable to cause the slightest injury to his opponent. It was simply a pity. In the blink of an eye, the Human Clan Federation lost 2 elder monsters in the advanced stage. Putting aside D-Air and his 2 mechanical beasts, the Human Clan Federation originally had 7 desolate elder monsters here. But now, there were only 3 left in the blink of an eye. 10 The Celestial Palace, the Everlasting Dynasty, and the Temple of Glory each had 1. Even if D-Air did not die, there were only 4 of them left, and the 2 mechanical beasts under his command were clearly difficult to fuse again, at least for the time being. Before this battle, the Human Clan Federation had 9 desolate elder monsters, but now, only 3 of them were alive and kicking. This scene was so shocking that the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Bloodthirsty War Lion were so frightened that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, they were really afraid. Compared to the Human Federation, they only had 5 desolate elder monsters. Although they were all still alive, it was not because of their own reasons. They were still alive because the Heaven's secret beast that DE had fused with had a greater grudge against the Human Federation, and had always chosen to attack them first. But once the Human Federation's desolate elder monsters were all dead, the next unlucky ones would be either the Magic Hall or the Star Alliance. In the end, if they did not think of a way to get out, they would still die here today, with no chance of survival. Roar! Everyone, we can't be passive like this anymore, we have to think of a way to get out. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Scarlet Unicorn raised his head and roared angrily, and immediately communicated with the other surviving desolate elders through divine sense. Everyone, think of a way to get together when the time is right, and then work together to attack this invisible barrier. No matter what, this is our last chance, we have to try. He did not dare to roar directly with his divine sense, because if that was heard by the Heaven's secret beast, there would be no chance. At this moment, as the blood-colored Qilin secretly transmitted his voice, all of the desolate Zun old monsters trembled slightly, and their eyes flickered. It was obvious that they had reached a consensus. Once they saw the opportunity, they would instantly gather and join forces to attack. However, Yi Xian was not interested in such a suggestion at all. He had once felt the true power of the heavenly path in the primordial void, and naturally knew that all this was futile. No, although he was not interested in joining forces with the Scarlet Unicorn and the others, now that the void had been sealed, Yi Xian's original plan of leaving and returning to the Magic Hall to launch a defense was obviously not going to work. He was also trapped. Either he killed the Heaven's secret beast, or he could only be killed by it. There was no choice. On the other hand, Yi Xian had obviously chosen the former. Therefore, in the current situation, it was clearly impossible for the Heavenly Fallen Bao to continue hiding this supreme ability. Sigh. After making the decision, Bao Yuan immediately shook his head and sighed, and then immediately activated the power in his body. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Old Pig, including the 4 heavenly kings, who were also summoned by him at this moment. Splash. In the next moment, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire figure of the flesh avatar, the violent ape, and the black fog avatar instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the distance, the Void King, Blood Mosquito King, Taihun King, and Time King also turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over, disappearing into the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. This vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away, but it did not go far away. Instead, it went directly between the eyebrows of the skeleton avatar and disappeared in a flash. Whoa, this battle is not going to be fun. Boss, old pig will hide for a while. Remember to beat this damned big guy up. If he doesn't beat him up, old pig will not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. As the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 blood sea avatars returned, old pig, who was behind the blood sea avatar on the right, raised his head and let out a roar. Then, his body turned into a streak of light. Spread out, when it came close, the skeleton avatar waved his hand and directly kept it into the Shenong's treasure cauldron in his body. Everything should end now. At the same time, the divine sense voice of the skeleton avatar sounded faintly, and its eyes suddenly burst out a blazing purple gold light, and a strange aura instantly spread out like a raging river. Chapter 4966. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heavenly kings, the flesh and blood doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit disappeared into the body of the skeleton doppelganger. The magic hall originally had 8 ninth stage half-step heavenly Dao masters, but now, there was only 1 left. Such a result stunned everyone, and their expressions changed drastically. The blood-colored unicorn was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Just a moment ago, he secretly used his divine perception to send a voice transmission, wanting to gather everyone's strength and attack with all their strength to see if they could shatter this invisible barrier. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian took away the 7 half-step heavenly Dao masters. This was clearly done on purpose, a blatant slap in the face, brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately turned to glare at the skeleton doppelganger. The other desolate supremes basically all did the same. From their point of view, the last ray of hope that they had was clearly destroyed as the 7 half-step heavenly Dao masters were taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not care about all of this at all. At this moment, the heavenly mystery beast, whose body was 400 million miles long, turned around and chased after another 7th-stage-old monster from the human race's immortal dynasty. His back just happened to be facing the skeleton doppelganger, and it was the best time to attack, brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the skeleton doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his left arm. In an instant, his originally empty left palm suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Its design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, and it was biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. These 2 humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. It was a bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was none other than the most powerful divine ability he had inherited from the primordial Yiksha, the Skyfall Bow. No, by the time everyone reacted, the gigantic bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger suddenly emitted an extremely weak and low humming sound. Following the humming sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. This was it. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with helplessness. If he had any other choice, he really did not want to use the strongest ability, the heaven-falling bow, so prematurely. This was not beneficial to him at all. After all, he had just used the heaven-falling bow on the green eyes of the heavenly Dao in the mysterious primordial void not long ago. Now that he had exposed this supreme divine ability, the green eyes of the heavenly Dao would instantly understand his identity. Unfortunately, the heavenly mystery beast was too powerful. It was a true heavenly Dao realm expert. If he didn't use the heavenly fallen Bao, Yi Xian wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Therefore, although he had no choice but to use this powerful ability, he had to do it. However, since he had gritted his teeth and used the fallen sky Bao, it could be said that he had paid a great price. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. Therefore, he had to try his best to achieve the greatest result in today's attack. Xian's goal was to completely obliterate the heavenly mystery beast. Although he had stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm, it was not impossible. The heavenly mystery Bao's power was just too shocking. Back in the primordial chaos war, the primordial Yiksha, who was as powerful as the void gigantic tortoise and the golden divine dragon, had once used this ultimate ability to shoot a gigantic and irreparable hole in the primordial chaos. Back then, even the heavenly mystery green eye, which represented the primordial heavenly Dao's will, was nearly blasted down by that arrow. The present heavenly mystery green eye, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, had a stage 8 heavenly Dao cultivation level that might have exceeded the cultivation level it had during the primordial chaos war. However, during that battle, the heavenly mystery green eye was definitely not at the stage 1 heavenly Dao realm. It was definitely much stronger than the present heavenly mystery beast. However, during that battle, the primordial Yiksha was only a peak desolate supremacy at the stage 9 perfection realm. Now, Yi Xian's combat strength was also at that level. The user of the heavenly mystery Bao had the same cultivation level, but the target of this arrow was far inferior to the primeval heaven's eye of the past. Only from this point of view, if the present Yi Xian were to shoot this arrow, there was at least a 50% chance of directly killing the heavenly mystery beast. A 50% chance was enough. Even more furthermore, the heavenly mystery beast's back was facing him. This was the best opportunity to catch him off guard. Unknowingly, there was an additional 10% chance of successfully killing it. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. As Yi Xian chanted, the skeleton's eyes emitted a strange golden glow. Without any hesitation, he extended his right hand and pinched the bowstring of the gigantic energy Bao in his left hand. In the blink of an eye, a golden energy arrow condensed, and he rapidly pulled the bowstring. At the same time, an extremely deep buzzing sound reverberated. The surrounding void seemed to ripple with formless waves. It gave the feeling that the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was enough to cause the void to tremble. Swoosh! Only half a breath later, the skeleton clone suddenly released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, 90% of all the energy in the skeleton clone's body was instantly drained. It was almost completely drained. Because it was to ensure that the heavenly mystery beast was killed in one blow. Because, if this blow did not kill the heavenly mystery beast, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, given that all the energy in his body was almost completely drained. At this moment, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it could cause one to tremble in fear. It was simply unstoppable. Even the void was directly torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. Its speed was extremely fast as it followed behind the golden arrow, spreading out all the way. At this moment, in a short period of time that was completely negligible, the whistling golden arrow had already reached the heavenly mystery beast's back. It was at this moment that the heavenly mystery beast subconsciously turned around as a huge sense of danger shrouded its heart. Its entire body burst out with a faint glow. Like a conditioned reflex, it activated the energy defense shield at full strength. Hiss! Fallen sky Bao? This is impossible. The golden light in Di Yi's eyes flashed angrily. He was horrified and let out a roar. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Even if he was a true existence of the heavenly path realm, at this moment, he was scared out of his wits. As the fallen sky Bao was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even a powerful existence like the primeval heavens I would not be able to dodge this attack and could only be forced to take it head on, 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 take it head on. If he made it through, he could live. If he could not withstand it, then the outcome would be complete annihilation. Right. At this moment, De clearly had no confidence. Chapter 4967. Hiss. Fallen skybow? This is impossible. As he turned, De was horrified. He let out a roar, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. At that moment, even a true heavenly Tao realm existence was frightened out of his wits. This was because the arrow that had shot over had already sealed the void around him in an invisible manner. Don't. Even a powerful existence like primeval heavens I could not avoid this attack. He could only take it head-on. Bang! Almost in the next instant, before De could finish his exclamation, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. There was no suspense about what happened next. Golden the instant the perverted arrow touched the defensive shield, the heaven's secret beast suddenly twisted its body, but it did not completely avoid the arrow. It only moved half a step in the blink of an eye, avoiding the fatal blow to its head. But, even his incomparably tough defensive shield was unable to stop the golden arrow that was shooting towards him. Although, however, at the moment of contact, the golden arrow seemed to have paused for a fraction of a second. The originally blazing golden light also dimmed a little, but it still pierced through the defensive shield, causing it to disintegrate and completely collapse. It was at this moment that the golden arrow entered its body. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered its body, a huge hole appeared in the heavenly mystery beast's 400-million-mile-long body. Unfortunately, it did not hit the vital point of its head. This hole, which was instantly penetrated and exploded endlessly, was located below the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. It was more than 50 million miles in diameter. The flames around the hole surged into the sky. Amidst the continuous explosion, nearly 1/6 of the heavenly mystery beast's huge body was blown up. Even its 6 arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, were of different shapes. 3 of them were destroyed by this attack. Whoosh! At the same time, in the distance, the skeleton avatar lowered its left arm. The golden bow in its left hand disappeared. Remains the skeleton avatar's face was expressionless, but it waved its hand immediately. Then, it shook its head and sighed. I still failed in the end. I only seriously injured it, but I couldn't kill it with one arrow. Swish, 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 at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this time, Yi Xian was in too much of a deficit and needed to be replenished immediately. However, even with that being the case, it would still take some time for the chaotic great medicine to dissolve in its body. Although it would not take a very long time, it was more than enough time for the heavenly fate beast to escape. This is the result of this attack greatly disappointed him. In the end, he had still underestimated the heaven's legacy beast. That energy shield of his was indeed very powerful. It had bought the heaven's legacy beast 1/10,000th of a second of time, allowing it to avoid the attack on its head. Although it was still unable to stop the golden arrow, this layer of defensive shield was able to offset a portion of the golden arrow's power before its energy was depleted and it quickly collapsed. About 30%. If it weren't for the fact that 30% of the power of the arrow had been neutralized, even if the heaven's secret beast had avoided its head, the arrow would have blasted half of its body apart in an instant, and not just 1/6 of its body. Pang! If half of its gigantic body was blasted apart, even if the heaven's legacy beast did not die on the spot, it would most likely lose its ability to move. After that, there would be no need for Yi Xian to do anything. Just the surrounding void, such as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, would be able to kill it completely. However, only 1/6 of its gigantic body had been blasted apart. Although it was considered a serious injury, it was far from the point where it was on the brink of death. With this level of injury, not only was the Heaven's Legacy beast far from losing its ability to move, but it could also escape at any time. If it was forced into a corner, it was very likely that it could even counterattack. Of course, if that was the case, its injuries would undoubtedly worsen. Therefore, unless it was forced into a corner, the Heaven's Legacy beast would definitely not initiate an attack in such a situation. That was right. To it, the wisest choice was to escape immediately, find a place to hide, and recover from its injuries. If he really did so, no one would be able to stop him. Unless Yi Xian could still activate his supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and shoot out another golden arrow. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. From Yi Xian activated the heaven-sundering bow, materializing the gigantic bow in his left hand, and at the same time severely injuring the heaven's legacy beast, swallowing a large amount of chaotic herbs. From the beginning to the end, it had only taken half a breath. Short. Half a breath was so short that even Huang Zun could not react in time. At this moment, in the distant void, the remaining 3 late-stage old monsters of the human clan federation, as well as the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring lion from the Star Alliance. Only then did, after their bodies shook violently, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What? Heaven-sundering bow? Isn't this the legendary primordial Yixia's strongest divine power?" Even the green eye of the Way of the Heavens of the Untainted Land was almost shot down by it in that unparalleled battle that destroyed the entire Untainted Land. It has been lost for countless years. How could it suddenly appear again? Furthermore, it appeared again in the hands of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. He is clearly a human, so how did he suddenly become related to the primordial Yixia? SSS. The power is too terrifying. As expected of the most powerful divine power of the primordial world. Even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would be severely injured by this arrow. If not for the heavenly legacy beast's quick reaction, allowing it to avoid the fatal blow to its head at the final juncture, as well as conjuring a defensive shield to reduce some of the arrow's might, the arrow would have killed the heavenly legacy beast on the spot even if it had truly stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. From the looks of the Magic Hall's master, he seems to have paid quite a price for that arrow. He probably won't be able to conjure a second arrow in a short period of time, but even so, he's still extremely powerful. Don't forget about the 7 half-step heavenly Tao realm existences that he absorbed into his body. They are completely unharmed and can be summoned at any time to defend against the enemy. Apart from that, the healing resource that the Magic Hall's master threw into his mouth seems to be extremely extraordinary. I can't tell what it is, but its energy aura is extremely rich. It's simply infuriating. I'm afraid that its depleted energy will soon be fully restored to its original state. That's not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that the Heaven's legacy beast is heavily injured, but it likely still has the strength to retaliate. Under such circumstances, how should we deal with it? Should we allow it to escape, or join forces to attack it and use all our strength to keep it here? At this point, everyone fell silent. They exchanged glances as their eyes flickered with a dark glow. Clearly, they were hesitant. He won't be able to escape. It was at this moment that an extremely abrupt voice sounded from the void to the left. It was low and deep, and it was filled with a thick sense of resentment. It was actually D-Air. Chapter 4968. He won't be able to escape. Just as everyone was hesitating, an extremely abrupt voice suddenly came from the void far to the left. It was low and deep, and there was a strong sense of resentment that could not be dispersed. It was actually D-Air. This was really too surprising. Not long ago, D-Air had been severely injured by a punch from the celestial mystery beast. There was even a large amount of mechanical grinding sounds in his body, as well as a dull rumbling sound. This was clearly equivalent to the internal organs of a living creature in a blood vessel being severely injured. And, after that blow, he even fainted on the spot. His body floated in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, as if he had fallen. But, now, after a short while, the situation on the battlefield had a shocking reversal. The celestial mystery beast was severely injured by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian's supreme magical power, the heaven-sundering bow. Although it was severely injured, it clearly had the strength to fight back. Faced in this situation, all the desolate venerables present were hesitating whether to launch a joint attack and try to force the celestial mystery beast to stay. On the other side, D-Air, who had just fainted, suddenly woke up strangely. It was simply a series of twists and turns, ups and downs, which was really unexpected. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone was stunned. A strange expression appeared on their faces, and they subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Even Yi Xian was the same. While, in the next moment, as Daoist's figure came into view, Yi Xian's face, which was in the form of a skeleton, immediately showed a strange expression. Daoist had obviously woken up. At this moment, his body, which was originally lying horizontally in the void, had stood up again. He stood steadily, his eyes shining brightly. He looked over and firmly locked onto the celestial mystery beast that had just been severely injured. This was not the most shocking thing. The most important thing was that although there were still mechanical grinding sounds and extremely low rumbling sounds coming from Daoist's body, his aura, which had originally declined to the extreme after the celestial mystery beast's attack, had now strangely completely recovered. Not only that, but the cultivation aura that emanated from his body had also greatly increased. First, previously, Daoist's cultivation level had been second-order desolate ancient sovereign. But now, the aura emanating from his body had actually reached seventh-order desolate ancient sovereign. In a short period of time, he had transformed from an early desolate master to the current late desolate master. That wasn't all. What was even more shocking was that even though he was at rank 7 desolate exalt, it was still not the end. It was far from the end and continued to rise. Furthermore, it was very fast. He wasn't far from rank 8 desolate exalt. All of this was simply shocking and completely illogical. However, after Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, a look of understanding quickly appeared on his face. He had already vaguely guessed the source of everything that had happened before him. There was no doubt that the root of the problem was the seal in Daoist's body. Previously, De and Daoist had both said that when Daoist was first created, Xingbo had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, Daoist had broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation strength had also increased. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body, and his cultivation strength at that time had already reached the late desolate ancient sovereign. According to Daoist's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation strength would definitely soar as a result. It shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the early desolate ancient sovereign in a short period of time. The truth was indeed so. Following later on, when he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, Daoist also broke through a great realm at that time and became a supreme desolate ancient sovereign. He also had the cultivation of second-order desolate exalt, and after that layer of seal was torn apart, there were still 2 more layers of seals in Daoist's body. According to the extent of the increase in his cultivation at that time, Yi Xian had deduced that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were all broken, Daoist's cultivation strength would most likely soar to the late desolate ancient sovereign. Even the great perfection of the 9th order of this realm was half a step into the heavenly path. While, now, the reason why Daoist's injuries were completely healed in such a short period of time was obviously because he had broken through the seals. There were 2 sentences that said, "After breaking through, you will be reborn." This should be the case for Daoist this time. Although he had just been severely injured by De, not only was the interior of his body in chaos, but even his electronic consciousness had also fallen into chaos due to the huge blow on the spiritual level, and he had passed out. This kind of complete chaos from the body to the consciousness was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be beyond redemption. However, there was always a glimmer of hope for everything in the world. Fortunately, Daoist had firmly grasped this weak glimmer of hope that belonged to this great calamity. If there were no accidents, he should have completed a transformation and sublimation of his electronic consciousness during the process of his mental chaos. Just like the epiphany of flesh and blood, his state of mind improved. It was precisely this epiphany and the improvement and transformation of his state of mind that allowed Daoist to break through one of the last 2 seals in his body in one fell swoop. In an instant, his previous injuries had all healed, and his cultivation strength had also soared because of this. The probability of this happening was so low that it was almost negligible. Basically, it was something that could only be encountered but not sought. However, D-Air was lucky enough to have encountered it. This kind of heaven-defying luck was something that even Yi Xian was envious of. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had guessed all of this. Even the blood-red unicorn, the 9 Demon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate ancient sovereigns also gradually understood after thinking about it for a while. Because of this, when they looked at D-Air again, other than envy, a strong sense of anticipation quickly appeared in their eyes. Even Yi Xian was like this. Original. The reason was very simple. The reason why they were looking forward to it was because the cultivation aura emitted from D-Air's body was still rising, and the speed was very fast. In just a short breath, he was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level Desolate Venerable. Apart from that, even the mechanical grinding and low rumbling sounds in his body did not stop. They continued to exist. Very obviously, not only did D-Air have an epiphany this time and his state of mind improved, but even his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. This transformation had not even ended and was still in progress. This meant that the last seal in his body was very likely to be torn apart in one fell swoop during the subsequent transformation. This was clearly the rhythm of the seal being completely unsealed. If this was really the case, Yi's cultivation strength was bound to welcome another major surge. For example, today, his cultivation realm was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level Desolate Venerable Supreme. If it soared again, D-Air would definitely enter the 9th level Desolate Venerable Perfection. Although it was absolutely impossible to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm in one fell swoop, the possibility of infinitely approaching the Heavenly Dao realm was definitely not small. Chapter 4969. Rumble, 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 kacha, kacha. In the distance, D-Air was walking in the void, step by step. The low rumbling sound in his body had never stopped, including the grinding sound of machinery, which made one's teeth ache. It was the same. While, apart from that, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. His speed was still very fast. Previously, he was only a step away from level 8 Desolate Venerable, but now, with just a few steps, he was able to close the gap in an instant. This scene was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, D-Air, who was originally a level 7 Desolate Venerable, had now become a level 8 Desolate Venerable. Moreover, this was not the end. As he continued to walk, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. Yi Xian, the 3 Desolate Venerables from the Human Federation, as well as the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Hidden Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring War Lion, had all stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they looked in the same direction. Their gazes all gathered on D-Air. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the earth-shattering explosions did not stop. They came from time to time. These were the sounds coming from the celestial mystery beast's huge body. This, in reality, only less than 10 breaths had passed since the golden arrow from the fallen sky bow hit the celestial mystery beast's body. The power of this attack was too terrifying. Even the celestial mystery beast's defensive shield, which could not be shaken by everyone's combined efforts, collapsed in an instant. Following that, the golden arrow, which had not lost its momentum, blasted a huge hole with a diameter of 5,000 miles below the celestial mystery beast's right shoulder. Even 3 of its 6 different shaped arms, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, were blown up because of this. Only based on this, it was enough to see how terrifying the power of this attack was. Although, however, the heavenly mystery beast was lucky. It managed to avoid being hit in the head and did not die because of this attack. However, it was still heavily injured. Facing such a terrifying attack, its mind was in a mess. It was like a living creature of flesh and blood that was hit in the head with a club. It was dizzy and had not yet recovered its breath. No, this was not the case. It was only his consciousness that was in chaos. Even the explosions on his body were still ongoing. Although the golden arrow condensed from the supreme ability, the Heaven's Fall Bow, had already disappeared after piercing through his body due to the depletion of energy. However, small explosions were still happening around the edges of the enormous hole on the right shoulder of the Heaven Mystery Beast, which was 50 million miles in diameter. From the looks of it, it was unlikely that the Heaven's Legacy Beast would stop for the time being. Unless the Heaven's Legacy Beast regained its clarity of mind and used some means to save itself, at this moment, Daoist had already woken up. The transformation in his body had yet to complete, but he was already walking toward the Heaven's Legacy Beast. His motive was obviously not to help him put out the fire. His real motive was to take advantage of this time to stab the Heaven's Legacy Beast again before it regained its consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the blood-red unicorn, the 9U demon crocodile, and the others, who were about to join forces to attack the Heaven's Legacy Beast, changed their minds after exchanging glances. They stopped at the same time and stood in the void in the distance like Yi Xian, watching from afar. Is this the last layer of the seal? Today, I will tear it apart. At this moment, as he strode toward De, who was still in a state of confusion, Daoist's eyes were filled with burning resentment. Bite. He gnashed his teeth and muttered softly, perhaps Xingbo did say those words to you back then. The reason why he left so many layers of seals in my body was to wait for you to grow up so that you could devour, but in reality, you were probably deceived. Although the seals in my body still exist, with the tear just now, some information was unsealed. De, between you and me, only one can survive. However, Xingbo did not mean that I would be devoured by you. He was only raising the cup. When the last layer of my seal is torn apart, it will be the time for you and me to fight to the death and devour each other. The one who survives will be the true king of electronic life. And all of this, I will not decline. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the next instant, rays of light shot out and began to gather in the void 10 billion miles in front of him. Emperor. Daoist also had a treasure with a huge internal space in his hands. The entire enormous mechanical clan, which now had close to 80 million clansmen, was being carried by him at all times. Previously, under Daoist's attack, the two giant mechanical beasts formed by the fusion of 80 million clansmen collapsed. Moreover, close to 40% of them were destroyed. Immediately after, Daoist painfully put them away. While at this moment, because the final battle with De was about to arrive, this mechanical clan army was once again summoned by Daoist. Boom! Rumble, as a large number of mechanical clan clansmen in the form of mechanical battle beasts shot out and landed in the void 10 billion miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, enveloping the entire void. Daoist immediately gave this mechanical clan army the order to start the fusion. It was not just a level-by-level fusion like before. Instead, it was a complete fusion at the same time. Because of the previous damage, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts that were summoned by him. These summoned mechanical battle beasts immediately started the fusion after receiving the order. Kacha. Void, in the air, there was a dense sound of machinery breaking in. All the summoned mechanical clansmen gathered in twos and threes, and fused with each other. After a short period of time, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts left. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. The smallest one was almost the size of an immortal star, like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts, and they already had the characteristics of many types of beasts. In terms of cultivation level, the weakest being was already an emperor, and the strongest being even had the cultivation level of a universe supreme. There were quite a number of them, more than 1,000, however, this was not the end. Next, the fusion continued. Boom! Rumble. Void, in the air, the earth-shattering roar continued to ring out like a tide, and there was also a dense sound of machinery breaking in. More than 50,000 mechanical battle beasts, like before, quickly gathered, and fused with each other. Straight, when everything was completed, the 50 million mechanical clansmen had disappeared from the void in front of them. In their place was an extremely ferocious mechanical beast. Although it was not as huge as the Heaven Mystery Beast, which was 400 million miles long, it was still about 300 million miles long. Compared to an ordinary giant star, it was much bigger. At this moment, Daoist's eyes flashed coldly, and his body instantly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the mechanical beast and merged with it. Chapter 4970. Whoosh. As the last 50 million plus members of the machine clan fused into the mechanical beast, a cold light flashed in Daoist's eyes. His figure instantly dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the mechanical beast's body and fused with it. From that moment on, the so-called Tianji clan and machine clan no longer existed. They had turned into two gigantic mechanical beasts. The Tianji clan's Tianji beast was 400 million miles in size. Furthermore, it had already entered the true heavenly path realm. However, it was heavily injured, and its consciousness was still a little chaotic. It had yet to regain its clarity. Body on its body, there were small explosions from time to time, and there were endless rumbling sounds. As for the machine clan, together with their clan leader, Daoist, they had fused into a mechanical battle beast. For the sake of distinction, it was more appropriate to call it a mechanical beast. This mechanical beast also stood on its hind legs. It only had 2 arms and 2 legs. However, it had a pair of huge compound mantis wings on its back that looked extremely sharp. The mechanical beast was slightly smaller than the heavenly legacy beast, but it was still 150 million kilometers long. And the cultivation aura emanating from its body might not have reached the true heavenly Dao realm, but it was definitely the strongest existence beneath the heavenly Dao realm. This mechanical beast was originally formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the machine clan. In the end, as the final seal in its body was about to be torn, clan leader Daoist, who was only a hair's breadth away from the great circle of desolate supremacy level 9, also fused into it. In the next moment, as Daoist merged with the giant mechanical beast that was formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the machine tribe, an extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from the body of the combined mechanical beast. The final seal has finally been torn apart. At the same time, Daoist's divine consciousness voice, which was filled with endless joy, was heard. It's only a hair's breadth away from the true heavenly path realm. At that moment, the final seal in Daoist's body was finally torn apart. This breakthrough instantly caused the mechanical beast's aura to soar once again. Distance he was just short of the so-called heavenly Dao realm. If not for the heavenly Dao being suppressed here, preventing him from taking that step, and Daoist not daring to take that step due to his fear of the primordial heavenly Dao's green eyes, he would have already officially stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm. This was because he was afraid of the primordial heavenly Dao's green eyes. At this moment, even Yi Xian could not help but gasp when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from Daoist's body. The mechanical beast that was fused with 50 million members of the mechanical race and its patriarch, Daoist, was definitely the strongest existence under the heavenly Dao realm. Even if it was Yi Xian, without considering the Shinong Flames Sea and the heavenly meteorite Bao, if he didn't summon the 4 heavenly kings and condense the 3 blood sea avatars, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the berserk ape. Of course, it was impossible for him to be abused. He was only at a slight disadvantage, even he, who had already stepped into the great perfection of the desolate supremacy 9th stage, was in such a state. Not to mention the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation, as well as the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood-devouring Lion from the Star Alliance. They were originally worried that Daoist alone would not be able to hold back DE and keep him here. However, from the looks of it, this worry was unnecessary. Although the mechanical beast formed by the fusion of Daoist and all the machinery clansmen had yet to enter the true heavenly Dao realm, it was definitely just a hair's breadth away. While the heavenly legacy beast formed by the fusion of DE and all the official members of the heavenly legacy race had already entered the true heavenly Dao realm, it was currently heavily injured and was not in good condition. Even its consciousness was still in chaos. Under such circumstances, the heavenly legacy beast's situation was obvious. This battle belonged to the heavenly legacy race and the machinery race. It was a battle of life and death between these 2 large electronic lifeforms. It was also a battle of fate between DE and Daoist. Even if they wanted to rush forward and participate, Daoist might not appreciate it. It was possible that he would attack them in a fit of rage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation and the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, including the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood-Devouring Lion, subconsciously exchanged glances. In a short moment they reached a consensus in an instant. They would not participate in this battle. Just like the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, they would just watch from the sidelines. Dang! However, if Daoist turned the unfavorable situation around and suppressed Daoist, at the most critical moment, if there was indeed a possibility of suppressing Daoist, they would not hesitate at all. They would definitely join forces and attack together. No matter what, they had to keep the heavenly legacy beast to prevent future troubles. Roar! Daoist, that old bastard Xingbo used you and me to raise the goblet, just for this moment. After the fusion was completed and the last seal in its body was finally torn apart, the mechanical beast raised its head and roared angrily. Then, the voice of Daoist's divine sense rang out, echoing in this sealed space of billions of miles. Between you and me, it is destined that only one of us can survive, and the one who dies can only die to fulfill the other. This is exactly what Xingbo wants to see. Although I hate that old bastard to the core and don't want to be controlled by him, since he wants to raise the goblet, I will go with the flow and devour you in one fell swoop. If I am devoured by you, not only will I benefit you, but I will also fulfill that old bastard Xingbo's wish. I will definitely not allow any of this to happen. Only by devouring you and becoming an enemy of that old bastard will it be a slap in the face to him. At that time, if that old bastard Xingbo knows all of this, his expression will definitely be very interesting. I can't wait to do all of this just thinking about it. So, Daoist, today, you must die here. Roar! After the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. After raising its head and letting out a shocking roar, the terrifying figure of Pangda, which was 300 million miles long, rushed out in an instant, crashing into the heavenly mystery beast 10 billion miles ahead. Its speed was too fast. Even Yi Xian could not help but be moved by this scene. Now, the mechanical beast was like a giant star, flying at a speed faster than lightning. Because of this, the void was torn apart, as if doomsday had arrived. Hiss! In less than a breath of time, the mechanical beast had already rushed to the front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of huge and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and 2 incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. In an instant, 2 ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed passing through a gap. These 2 mantis wings directly chopped at the arms of the heavenly mystery beast. First, the previous attack of the heavenly mystery bow had blown up 6 of the 6 arms of the heavenly mystery beast. Now, there were only 3 arms left. The mechanical beast wanted to chop off 2 of them as soon as it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the attacking means of the heavenly mystery beast first before plotting more. Chapter 4971. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the mechanical beast had already rushed in front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of enormous and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and 2 incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. 2 ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed flashing through a crack. These 2 mantis wings directly slashed at the heavenly mystery beast's arms. The mechanical beast wanted to slash 2 of them the moment it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the heavenly mystery beast's attack methods first before plotting more. The heavenly mystery beast was actually an existence that had entered the true heavenly path realm. Its strength was too terrifying. With just one punch, it had directly disintegrated the 2 gigantic mechanical beasts that were formed from the fusion of 80 million members of the machinery clan and had the cultivation level of a great perfection level 9 desolate supremacy. Although it was heavily injured and its consciousness was still in a state of chaos, it still had the ability to counterattack. This could be determined from the cultivation aura that emanated from the heavenly mystery beast's body. If it was to catch him off guard under the fatal blow of the heaven-falling bow. When his chaotic consciousness recovered and he regained clarity, the heavenly mystery beast would definitely counterattack. The 6 different mechanical arms that were like huge pillars that supported the sky were too powerful. Although there were only 3 of them left, they were still a huge threat to Daoist. Therefore, Daoist had to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly mystery beast had yet to fully recover from its chaotic consciousness to strike at lightning speed and cut off these 3 arms. If this plan succeeded, the heavenly mystery beast would be like a ferocious tiger with its fangs cut off. Its threat would instantly decrease by a large margin. Although it still had other attack methods, such as its beehive-like head with a large number of facets that could shoot out energy-light pillars to attack. In addition, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic legs could also attack. But compared to the extremely nimble mechanical arms, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic beehive-like heads were much less threatening. This was the most reliable battle strategy. The mechanical beast that Daoist and the remaining 50 million members of the machinery clan had fused together to form was about the same size as the heavenly mystery beast. In fact, its cultivation level was only a fine line away from the true heavenly path realm. However, it had not officially stepped into that realm. Although the heavenly mystery beast was heavily injured, it still had the ability to counterattack. It was said that a trapped beast would still put up a fight. If it was forced into a truly desperate situation, the moment it would activate all of its strength and unleash a powerful attack, it would probably be stronger than its full strength. But he was afraid that he might only be able to unleash 1 or 2 such attacks, but for the mechanical beast, it would still be difficult for it to endure. Therefore, these 3 arms that had to be cut off. Rip of a sound with the sharp sound of ripping silk, 2 streaks of silk appeared in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In that split second, 2 of the heavenly mystery beast's 3 remaining mechanical arms fell from the void. They were 2 arms, but in fact, they were incomparably huge, like giant pillars that supported the sky. One of the fists was like a meteor hammer, covered with tough alloy spikes, and even had barbs, looking incomparably awe-inspiring. The other arm was like a crocodile's tail. It was thick and soft. It was likely made from the flesh and blood of some primordial life form's remains. It could be used as a whip, making it harder to defend against. But now, these 2 arms had been severed from the heavenly mystery beast's body by the heavenly mystery beast. At that instant, there was a shocking explosion from the severed arm. Flames soared into the sky. Screech, surprisingly, the heavenly mystery beast, which was still in a state of confusion, seemed to become more clear-headed under the influence of this attack. It suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking screech. It was like a creature of flesh and blood that had suddenly woken up from its coma after its arms were severed. At that moment, not only the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Federation, but also the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring War Lion, all trembled. They subconsciously drew in a cold breath. Their eyes flashed as they instantly became vigilant. Even Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he raised his guard. The heavenly mystery beast now definitely had the power to fight back. If it suddenly woke up at this moment, its attack power would definitely be terrifying. At such a close distance, the heavenly mystery beast was most likely in danger. Are you going to wake up? It doesn't matter. I'll just cut off your last arm. Roar. Before the heavenly mystery beast's screech had died down, Daoist's extremely cold divine sense voice once again came out of the heavenly mystery beast's body. There was even an extremely excited roar. Rip, almost in the next instant, the extremely sharp sound of silk tearing rang out again. The 2 mantis wings on the back of the heavenly mystery beast moved at the same time. One of them blocked in front of its body, protecting its head and chest. The other one directly cut off the last remaining arm of the heavenly mystery beast. Daoist was indeed an old fox. Even at such a moment, he was still extremely cautious. While plotting to cut off the last arm of the heavenly mystery beast, he did not forget to protect himself. Clear and extremely clear and crisp sound rang out instantly. At this moment, a cold and serene waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void. Although it disappeared as soon as it appeared, it still successfully cut off the last remaining mechanical arm of the heavenly mystery beast, into the void in a split second. Boom! 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 At this moment, as the last arm of the Heaven's Legacy Beast was chopped off, the cut on the Heaven's Legacy Beast's body exploded once again. The earth-shattering sound rang out one after another. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Swoosh! 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 Machine, the Heavenly Mystery Beast did not hesitate at all. It immediately stretched out its hands and took advantage of the situation in the void to scoop up the 3 mechanical arms that were cut off one after another in just a short span of time. Tight. Then, it directly placed them in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened wide and chewed on them piece by piece. These 3 mechanical arms were all made by DE using some special materials and the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. Machine, right now, the Heavenly Mystery Beast looked like it was just chewing in big mouthfuls. However, in reality, after it swallowed them, all the materials that were used to refine these 3 mechanical arms were immediately scattered and restored. Then, they were absorbed into the Heavenly Mystery Beast's body as if they were its flesh and blood, improving itself. This scene was really too strange and horrifying. Even Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. As for the bloody unicorn, the 9 gloom demon crocodile, and the others, their bodies trembled slightly. Swoosh! At this moment, the Heavenly Mystery Beast, whose entire body was still covered in small explosions from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. DE, who had 3 mechanical arms chopped off consecutively and whose consciousness had fallen into chaos, was finally awakened by the pain. Chapter 4972. After having 3 mechanical arms chopped off twice in a row, DE's consciousness had fallen into chaos. At this moment, he was finally awakened by the pain. Screech, an earth-shattering screech came from its ferocious alloy mouth. The entire void trembled slightly, causing people's hearts to tremble. While, at this moment, there were still a large number of small explosions appearing on the Heavenly Mystery Beast's enormous body from time to time. It was really too pathetic and ferocious. Pang Da's 400-million-mile-long body was completely bare without a single arm. It was like a human stick. Even more so, below its right shoulder, there was a huge hole with a diameter of 50 million miles. The 6 arms on its body had turned into huge holes with flames shooting up into the sky. It was a ghastly sight. The 6 arms on the Heavenly Mystery Beast's body had different shapes and functions. Moreover, because they were located at different positions on the Heavenly Mystery Beast's huge body, not only were they extremely agile, but they also protected the terrifying 400-million-mile-long body of the Heavenly Mystery Beast. Losing, to the Heavenly Mystery Beast, without these 6 arms, it was equivalent to turning into a ferocious tiger with broken fangs. Its threat was instantly reduced by a large margin. Of course, as a fused mechanical battle beast, it obviously had other attack modes. For example, currently, it was known that its beehive-like head with a large number of facets could shoot out energy light pillars to attack. In addition, the 3 giant legs of the Heavenly Mystery Beast could also attack. However, the functions of the legs and arms were different. Just based on this point alone, it was destined that these 3 giant legs, which looked thicker and stronger, could not be compared to the 6 mechanical arms in terms of agility. Moreover, these 3 giant mechanical legs were too thick and did not seem to have many joints. Moreover, they were located below the Heavenly Mystery Beast's huge body. This also meant that they were destined to be unable to take care of the 400-million-mile-long body of the Heavenly Mystery Beast. It could be said that although DE had awakened now, at least his consciousness was not as chaotic as before. He had a portion of clarity. However, ever since he had successfully chopped off the last 3 remaining arms on his body, DE was not worried at all. The threat posed by its 3 gigantic legs and its beehive-like head was simply too small. With the mechanical beast's current cultivation and strength, as long as it was a little more careful, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, compared to the Heavenly Mystery Beast who was in his peak condition and uninjured, the heavenly mystery beast was like a giant human-shaped target. Without the protection of its 6 arms, the heavenly mystery beast could attack it as it pleased. However, the heavenly mystery beast couldn't do anything to it. Not only was this body incredibly massive, but it was also in a terrible state right now. There was a massive hole with a diameter of 50 million kilometers on its right shoulder, and there were also wounds on other parts of its body because its arm had been chopped off from the shoulder. Small explosions were constantly taking place, and flames were soaring into the sky. If a mechanical beast were to attack these parts, it would be akin to a battle between living creatures of flesh and blood, specifically attacking the enemy's wounds. This kind of attack would definitely have twice the effect with half the effort, in a short period of time, at most 2 breaths. The 3 mechanical arms that were chopped off earlier were all swallowed by the mechanical beasts. Moreover, the materials used to refine these 3 arms must have been broken down and absorbed in the mechanical beasts' bodies at the very first moment. The combat power of the mechanical beasts would also increase because of this. It was just that it would not show up in a short period of time. At this moment, as these 3 mechanical arms were all swallowed up, the mechanical beasts also turned to look at the mechanical beasts that had just let out the last roar. D2's divine consciousness voice sounded, revealing a sense of arrogance, as well as mockery and ridicule. So what if you're awake? You can't change anything anymore. DE. To think that you would have such a day. All 6 of your mechanical arms have been destroyed, and all 6 types of powerful and different attack paths have been destroyed. We're all mechanical and electronic life forms, and now we're all in the form of mechanical beasts that have merged with our clansmen. No one knows better than me how serious the injuries and effects caused by the heaven-falling Bao's arrow just now were. If you hadn't sensed the life or death crisis and activated the activation device you set beforehand, forcefully integrating your chaotic consciousness, the current you would still be in a chaotic state of consciousness. At the very least, it would take you dozens of breaths before you could regain clarity. This kind of consciousness that is forcibly stimulated to regain clarity after the preset activation mechanism is not enough to support your energy attacks. In other words, within these 10 breaths, the energy attacks of your beehive-like angular head can't be activated at all. Oh, that's right. It's the same for your energy defense shield. At this moment, all the energy in your body is being poured into the chaotic and almost collapsed reorganization of the electronic life form's information. You have no time to care about any energy level attacks or defenses. Then, at this moment, what other methods do you have to attack me? At this point, the mechanical beast's eyes flashed with a playful glint. It sized up the heavenly mystery beast's huge body a few times, paused, then laughed and said, "Oh, that's right. You still have 3 giant legs. At the very least, you can still kick. Or perhaps, you can open your ferocious mechanical mouth and directly tear me in half." Of course, as a true heavenly mystery realm expert, a heavenly mystery beast formed by the fusion of nearly 10 million clansmen of the heavenly mystery race, perhaps you still have some trump cards that you haven't used yet. This is very likely. Speaking of which, this old man's interest is suddenly piqued. It's rare for me to force you to such an extent today. If you really have any trump cards up your sleeve, then I'll take this opportunity to force them all out today. Roar. After finishing the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. Its huge body flapped the blade-like wings on its back, instantly turning into a huge arrow. It pounced at the Tianji beast in front at a terrifying speed. Boom! At the same time, the mechanical beast's right fist punched out. The void along the way directly cracked open, as if a long and narrow black hole had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, this punch was clearly aimed at the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. There was already a huge hole with a diameter of more than 50 million miles there, and there was still flames shooting into the sky. If it really hit the heavenly mystery beast, it would definitely be severely injured. Hiss! In response to all this, the heavenly mystery beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill roar. Without hesitation, it turned around and fled. This scene stunned everyone. The bloody unicorn, the 9 abyss demon crocodile, and the other 7 opened their mouths wide. Even Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Clang! How rare. So the heavenly mystery beast, was like a dog. Chapter 4973. Screech. In midair, against the mechanical beast's punch, the heavenly legacy beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill screech. Following that, it did not hesitate to turn and flee. An existence at the half-step heavenly Dao realm had actually forced an expert who had stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm to turn tail and flee. This scene was indeed somewhat strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. The sanguine unicorn, the 9 netherworld fiend crocodile, and the rest had their mouths agape. Even Yi Xian was rolling his eyes. It was truly ironic that a Dao in a desolate state was like a dog. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast's invincible image completely collapsed in everyone's hearts. Phew! Rumble, boom. A sharp sound tore through the air as the mechanical beast's massive body charged out diagonally. In a blink of an eye, it was already beside the heavenly legacy beast. With a punch, it instantly produced an earth-shattering boom. Although the heavenly legacy beast had already stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm, it was still heavily injured. It was not in its best condition, and although its speed was in no way inferior to the mechanical beast, its agility was inferior. Both of them were terrifying existences that were 300 to 400 million kilometers in size. Furthermore, the distance between them was just too close. It was just a few 100 million kilometers. Although this distance did not sound close, in fact, it was just a body's length away. For powerful existences of this level, even if they couldn't move as fast as their opponent, they could still easily hit their target with a single punch through the void. The reason why the heavenly legacy beast was struck was because of this. The violent power of the punch did not strike the heavenly legacy beast's vital spots, such as its head or the terrifying hole below its right shoulder that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. But it was definitely not to the point where it did not hurt or itch. Heavens, one of the mechanical beast's arms had been struck at the base. That area was already burning with flames, and from time to time, there were faint explosive sounds. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast was once again struck by the violent power of the mechanical beast's punch. Instantly, the heavenly legacy beast was slightly injured again. It raised its head and let out a shocking screech, at the same time as the ruthless howl sounded. One of the 3 incomparably thick giant legs under its huge body also lifted up as if it was a conditioned reflex, kicking towards the mechanical beast that had just approached it. The kick was heavy and ferocious. Furthermore, the heaven's secret beast was furious. If the kick landed squarely on the mechanical beast, it would definitely be severely injured. No, however, the mechanical beast had obviously anticipated this. The moment the heaven's legacy beast lifted its giant foot, its terrifying body, which was 300 million miles long, had already charged out diagonally, circling to the other side of the heaven's legacy beast from the right. You will definitely die today. I will cut you into pieces right here, and eat you alive. Hiss, as he circled to the other side, Air's sinister voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an extremely sharp sound of fabric tearing rang out. The 2 mantis wings on the mechanical beast's back moved at the same time. Just like before, one of them blocked in front of its body, protecting the vital parts of its head and chest. The other one directly slashed towards the lower part of the heaven's legacy beast's body. Air was indeed an old fox. Even at a time like this, he was still extremely cautious. While plotting against the heaven's legacy beast, he did not forget to protect himself for a moment. Next. In an instant, an extremely clear and crisp sound rang out. A cold and gloomy waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void and immediately disappeared. However, it still streaked across the heaven's legacy beast's body in the blink of an eye. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the heaven's legacy beast's incomparably huge body again. Looking over, one of the 3 giant legs under its body had actually been cut off cleanly by this attack. Well, the position where the giant leg was originally connected to the heaven's legacy beast's body had now become a fracture. Once again, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, one after another. It was a shocking sight. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After another successful attack, the mechanical beast appeared to be extremely excited. Without any hesitation, it immediately stretched out its hands and scooped up the giant leg that had just been cut off. It directly placed it in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened and chewed on it piece by piece. The 3 giant legs of the Heaven's Legacy beast were the same as the mechanical arm that had been cut off earlier. They were all made by DE using some special materials mixed with the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. They could be said to be extremely precious. Naturally, the mechanical beast would not let go of any of this. At this moment, it was chewing in large mouthfuls in order to devour it. Following that, after chewing and swallowing it, all the materials that DE had used to refine this giant leg would be scattered and restored at the first moment. Then, it would be absorbed by the mechanical beast's body. Its effect was like swallowing flesh and blood as nourishment, which was extremely beneficial to the mechanical beast. This scene shocked everyone once again. Yi Xian, who was in the distant void, was dumbfounded. The bodies of the bloody unicorn, the 9 eudemon crocodile, and the other 8 people trembled slightly. There was even a blazing light in their eyes. They saw hope. They saw hope that the Heaven's Legacy beast would be completely killed. Previously, it had 3 legs and 6 arms, in addition to a humongous beehive-like head. However, now, the 6 mechanical arms of different shapes were gone, and only 2 of its 3 legs were left. Although its head was fine, it could not use energy attacks for the time being. If the mechanical beast worked harder, it might really be able to kill the Heaven's Legacy beast today and then devour it alive. Screech! At this moment, after one of the 3 giant legs was cut off again, the Heaven's Legacy beast, whose entire body still had a large number of small explosions appearing from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. In a short period of time, 3 of its mechanical arms and 1 of its giant legs were cut off in succession. This kind of price was too painful. Even though De's consciousness had not fully recovered and was still a little confused and depressed, he was aware of the danger because of this. At this moment, a sense of life and death that he had never felt before suddenly surged into his heart. This feeling made De very unhappy, but it also made his somewhat confused consciousness clear again. It was at this moment that he made a decision in an instant. Without hesitation, before the screech in his mouth had died down, he had already lifted his leg and kicked toward the void in front of him. Boom! Hiss! A loud noise came from the sky, accompanied by the extremely clear sound of silk ripping. A huge crack appeared in the void, which was hundreds of millions of miles long. Endless void turbulence surged out from within. Heaven! The mechanical beast did not hesitate at all. Its body turned into a ray of light, and it rushed in head first. In order to survive, you did not hesitate to hide in the void turbulence? But even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast's body, D'Air's incomparably gloomy words came out. It seemed that his eyes had turned red, but he did not hesitate either. Before he finished speaking, he rushed in head first. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the 2 figures had already completely disappeared. Chapter 4974. Boom! Rip! An extremely clear sound of ripping silk was heard. A huge crack appeared in the void. The heavenly mystery beast turned into a ray of light and rushed in. In order to survive, you didn't hesitate to hide in the turbulent void? Even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast, D'Air's sinister words came out. His eyes seemed to have turned red, and he also rushed in. Before anyone could react, the 2 of them had completely disappeared, and even more so, even the giant fissure that was kicked open by the Heaven's mystery beast was mended in a short period of time. Everything happened too quickly. Not only were the bloody unicorn, the 9 eudemon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate supremacies dumbfounded, even Yi Xian could not react in time. When their bodies trembled slightly and they realized what had happened, everything was already over. In order to resolve the crisis in front of him, De actually took the initiative to enter the turbulent void. D'Air was clearly obsessed as well. He did not hesitate at all and directly followed in. One had to know that it was the turbulent void. There were no star coordinates at all. It was also not connected to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe. There was no way to trace it. Even if Yi Xian were to make a move right now and tear open the same spatial rift at the location where the spatial rift had just disappeared, the spatial turbulence that the two spatial rifts led to was also different. In other words, even if they wanted to find DE and D Air now, they could not find them. Actually, in fact, if these two fellows wanted to return, it was basically impossible. They could only rely on luck. Realizing this, Yi Xian was relieved. At least the problem of the heavenly mystery beast was solved. But, at the same time, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This was because with the departure of the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast, it basically meant that these two electronic life forms had completely disappeared. The so-called heavenly mystery race and the mechanical race, all the official clansmen had been integrated into the two mechanical beasts by DE and D Air. It could be said that whether it was in the three main planes of the universe or in the void of the primeval world fragment, the only remaining mechanical lives were the four heavenly kings of Yi Xian and Ying Tai, who had followed him since the beginning. Sigh, I didn't expect it to end like this. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, a sigh suddenly came from the void to his left. When he turned around, he saw that the scarlet unicorn was looking at Yi Xian. The instant their gazes met, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Fellow Daoist Yi, your injuries shouldn't be too serious, right? Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. Before the crimson unicorn could finish its sentence, there were several air-piercing sounds coming from all directions. The other 7 people who were originally running in different directions also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, all 8 desolate sovereigns were swarming towards Yi Xian. They were the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Bloodthirsty War Lion from the Star Alliance. There were also the 2 Human Desolate Sovereigns from the Human Federation and the Raging Bear Desolate Sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As they rushed over, all 8 of them had kind smiles on their faces. When they saw Yi Xian glancing at them, they all nodded and took the initiative to greet him. Fellow Daoist Ye's strike from before was truly stunning. Even a true heavenly Dao realm existence would be heavily injured by that arrow. They might even nearly lose their lives. That's right. If the celestial beast wasn't lucky enough to avoid being hit in the head at the most critical moment, there's no need to look forward to what happened next. That arrow of yours alone would have killed it on the spot. Now, although the celestial beast was forced away by D Air's mech beast fused with all the mechs, fellow Daoist Yi has the most credit in this battle. The real key is still that stunning attack of yours. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It's really surprising. The Skyfall Bow is the most powerful divine ability in the legends. It's said that in the great battle that destroyed the primordial world, the primordial Yiksha relied on this terrifying divine ability to almost shoot down the heavenly Dao's eye with a single arrow. Fellow Daoist Ye's current cultivation and strength are no weaker than the primordial Yiksha back then. It seems that even if the primeval heaven's eye descends, fellow Daoist Yi would have nothing to fear. The only regret is that this divine ability didn't originally belong to fellow Daoist Yi. Although the primordial Yiksha had to pay a price to use it, it wasn't that serious. Looking at Yi Xian's condition, after that arrow, it seems that he no longer has the strength to fight. Now that so much time has passed, I wonder if fellow Daoist Yi has recovered? By this time, the 8 people had already closed in on Yi Xian and gathered in the void that was only 100 million miles away from Yi Xian. They had unknowingly sealed off all of Yi Xian's escape routes. Words after speaking, the 8 people's gazes all converged on Yi Xian's face. Their chi was unknowingly locked onto him, and their eyes were shining with a dark light, as if they were trying to find some kind of urgent answer from the slight changes in his expression. Xian instantly understood everything and sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he deliberately frowned and raised his hand to point at the end of the void in the distance. Then, he said, "Everyone," as the celestial beast entered the turbulent void, the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away has quietly disappeared. Are you still not leaving? Hearing his words, not only did he frown, but he even took the initiative to remind everyone that the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away in the void had disappeared. Blood Unicorn and the others' hearts skipped a beat, and they subconsciously exchanged glances. However, they didn't immediately take action. Instead, they were secretly vigilant, but they didn't show the slightest abnormality on their faces. They were still probing with words. "Fellow Daoist Yi, this is your fault. Judging from your words, could it be that you want to drive us away?" "That's right, we came here with good intentions to care about your injury. Fellow Daoist Yi, you really burned the bridge after crossing the river. You obviously have the supreme supernatural power of the heaven sundering bow. Even if you were alone, you had the ability to kill the celestial mystery beast, or at least seriously injure it. However, you deliberately hid it and lured us to besiege DE. Even when our human federation's green jackal Baron Supremacy and the others were killed, fellow Daoist, you didn't take action. This clearly shows that you don't treat us as allies. Regarding all this, we originally didn't intend to make a fuss about it, but fellow Daoist Ye's way of doing things is too cold. You actually planned to abandon us immediately after using us. You didn't even bother to respond to our words of concern and directly asked us to leave. Since that's the case, we can only settle the previous debt with your magic hall. This time, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's Baron Supremacy fell all because of you. Fellow Daoist Yi, regarding this, don't you plan to make some corresponding compensation? Chapter 4975. Compensation? That's too shameless. Clearly that's just an excuse they came up with because they're uncertain and scared. How dare they make it sound so dignified? How shameless. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He was very clear in his heart that if he agreed to compensate, these 8 fellows would no longer hesitate and would most likely attack him in an instant, joining forces to attack him. While that arrow from the fallen sky bow drained him of 90% of his strength. Now that he hadn't fully recovered, he could use this rare opportunity to severely injure Yi Xian. Then, he could use a secret technique to seal his cultivation. Thus after that, he could do whatever he wanted. No, however, to be able to take away the big-headed black rod, the Shinong treasure cauldron, and all sorts of other treasures and resources from Yi Xian's hands, including the Blood Sea secret technique and the other secret techniques, as well as the Heavenly Fallen Bow and other supreme divine abilities that Yi Xian had grasped, all of them were squeezed out. Thus in the end, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit would also be thoroughly schemed against by them and fall into their hands as well. They would be at their mercy. Thus as for the magic hall, it was needless to say. Even the strongest person in the magic hall wouldn't be a match for them. When the time came, the entire magic hall would fall into their control. The benefits would be divided between the Star Alliance and the Human Federation. If that were to happen, the Heavenly Dao Alliance would be the only power in the Chaos Fragment Void after the disappearance of the Tianji clan and the destruction of the magic hall. Although, of course, the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land could come at any time. However, as long as they obtained the complete profound meaning of the Heaven Fallen Bow, even the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land would have to retreat in fear when facing the 8 of them who could shoot the heaven falling arrow. Everything was possible. The benefits were too great. That was why these people were so shameless. The battle had just ended, but they immediately turned around to scheme against their allies. Even the fear they had for the master of the magic hall had been thrown to the back of their minds. The temptation was too great, so even if it was just a little bit of risk, it was only right. Yi Xian was well aware of all of this. An inexplicable anger rose from his heart in an instant. He had always been the one scheming and blackmailing others. Today, he was surrounded by a group of old fellows, testing him and trying to blackmail him. This was the first time. Only based on this point alone, Yi Xian would not let this matter rest. However, he did not immediately fly into a rage and attack. Because these 8 old men had already pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, and were on high alert. The moment Yi Xian made any strange movements, they would immediately attack with all their strength. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian would be interrupted if he wanted to summon the 4 heavenly kings and old pig spirit. Bao the Blood Sea mystic art was also unable to successfully form the other 2 Blood Sea avatars before they could interfere when he was facing the 8 desolate supremacies at such a close distance. That was right. The 8 old fellows clearly knew this, and this was what they were relying on. It was because they were confident that they could interrupt Yi Xian before he could summon the 4 heavenly kings, Old Pig Spirit, and condense the other 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. That was why they dared to be so bold as to besiege and even try to suppress a 9th stage Great Circle expert. Looks like all of you are determined to make a move against me today. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. It's my fault for being too careless. At first, I didn't realize that something was wrong. You guys took the opportunity to greet me and surrounded me from all directions. Now, you guys are all gathered around me, surrounding me. On one hand, it was like removing the last layer of cloth between the 2 sides, but at the same time, it was also like admitting that he had not fully recovered yet. The master of the magic hall, who had always looked down on everything, had never shown weakness like this before. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the 8 desolate venerable old monsters around nearly 100 million miles away were all secretly delighted. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they finally no longer concealed it. In their smiles, there was clearly a touch of thick malevolence and complacency that could not be dispersed. Ha ha ha. Fellow Yi is indeed a straightforward person, this old man likes it. Looks like you have already understood the situation. Yi Xian, I advise you not to make a mistake. At such a close distance, you won't have the chance to summon the 4 heavenly kings and that dead pig, including your Blood Sea secret technique. You won't have the time to use it to condense the 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. In other words, the current you can only fight 1 against 8. Once there is any strange movement, we will immediately take action and forcibly interrupt it. In your current state, although we can't say that we can kill you on the spot, it won't be a problem to severely injure you in an instant. There is no suspense in the result. Give up. This old man can swear that as long as you seal your cultivation and meet our conditions, after this old man will definitely not do any harm to you and will definitely let you go. That's right, I'm not lying to you. As long as you hand over the complete profundity of this supreme ability, the Skyfall Bow, then just the 8 of us will be able to condense 8 Skyfall arrows. Even if you summon the 4 great heavenly kings, we won't be afraid. Naturally, there's no need to take the huge price of breaking the oath and go back on our words. Yi Xian, you decide what to do, but this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, even if you don't do anything, if you still don't seal your own cultivation and surrender, this old man will immediately attack and heavily injure you here. The most important thing was, Yi Xian, you can decide what to do next. However, this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. The last sentence was said by Violent Bear, Desolate Sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 7 desolate elders who were surrounding him also stopped talking. They didn't say anything else, but they all subconsciously nodded. Their gazes were fixed on Yi Xian's face, and their auras were firmly locked onto him. If he made any strange movements, they would immediately take action at the same time. Very much so. As Violent Bear Desolate Sovereign said, if Yi Xian did not seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would also immediately take action. Are you so sure that under the siege of the 8 of you, you can seriously injure this king in an instant? In the face of all this, Yi Xian was still unmoved. The expression on his face suddenly became calm, and even his slightly furrowed brows were relaxed at this moment. Sigh. Although you guys are smart, you seem to be a little forgetful. After a faint sigh, he shook his head, and then suddenly said, how long has it been? You actually forgot about this king's 9-colored flame sea, completely. Whoosh! Before the voice fell, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was like a river of anger, pouring down along his body. Chapter 4976. How long has it been? You actually forgot about my 9-colored flame sea, completely. Swish, Yi Xian sighed softly. Immediately after, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was like a raging river, flowing down his body, and pouring down. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the skeleton avatar was enveloped by a dazzling 9-colored light screen. This light screen was the Shinong 9-colored flame. Even a true heavenly Dao realm expert would be extremely afraid of the Shinong 9-colored flame and would not dare to touch it easily. Otherwise, it would be like a maggot attached to the bone, impossible to get rid of. It would corrode the precious body and invade the soul. No, although his actions were fast, the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters that surrounded him were not slow either. In fact, their minds were already extremely nervous. They were like a fully drawn bowstring. As long as they encountered a weak external stimulus, the arrow on the bowstring would instantly shoot out. The 9-colored light that shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows was this external stimulus. Just the moment the 9-colored light appeared from between Yi Xian's eyebrows, the 8 desolate elders who saw this scene moved together. They were already prepared to take action. As long as they did not see Yi Xian seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. In addition, if Yi Xian made any other strange movements within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. But, therefore, when the 9-colored light appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows, the 8 old fellows were like conditioned reflexes. In an instant, all of them rushed forward and activated all the strength in their bodies. They punched at Yi Xian, who was gathered in the center. At this moment, they did not even think about what the 9-colored light that appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows was. By the time they reacted and realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Sway with a burst of speed, he threw a punch with all his might. When he was still halfway there, the expressions of the 8 fellows changed drastically. They gasped and cried out in shock. Hiss! This 9-colored light screen. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. This is clearly the Shinong 9-colored flame. It was originally in the body of the black fog. Now that the black fog has been absorbed into the body of this skeleton, the skeleton can naturally use the Shinong 9-colored flame at will. I was too excited just now. The benefits were too great, and the temptation was too shocking. In a moment of anger, I actually forgot about this. Even true heavenly Dao realm experts are afraid of this flame. They wouldn't dare touch it easily, or they would be like maggots attached to a bone. There's no way to escape it. It corrodes one's body and invades one's soul. How do you crack it? Retreat. Today's matter cannot be done. If we lose the initiative, we have already lost everything. There is no possibility of us scheming against him anymore. Roar. Are we going to retreat just like that? We are unwilling. You have to know that this kind of opportunity is too rare. Only a true heavenly Dao realm existence like the Heaven's secret beast can force him to use the Heaven falling bow and weaken him. If we miss today, we won't have another chance like this. That's right. This opportunity is too rare. We are unwilling to give it up. Everyone, don't forget the vengeful nature of the Master of the Magic Hall. Now that we have shed all pretense of cordiality, if we don't suppress him here, be it the Human Federation or the Star Alliance, we won't have it easy. The entire Heavenly Dao Alliance will be destroyed by him. Let's grit our teeth and go all out. Even if one punch will touch the Shinong 9-colored flame enveloping his body and injure us, at the very least, under the combined attack of these 8 punches, he, who has yet to recover his cultivation and is in a weakened state, will be heavily injured because of it. Then, his cultivation will be sealed and he will fall into our control. The benefits are too shocking, and there is no way out. We have to pay a certain price. Even if we are heavily injured, we must suppress him today. Fellow Daoists, don't hesitate. Give it your all. Roar. The last sentence came from the mouth of the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. After he finished speaking, the old man even raised his head and let out a shocking roar that shook everyone's heart. This was clearly done on purpose to dispel the last bit of hesitation in the hearts of the other 7 people. It had to be said that this old man's mind was still very clear, and his will was very firm. He was right. In this situation, if the 8 of them turned around and fled, the result would be terrible. Even if Yi Xian didn't chase after them now, he would go back to the Star Federation and the Human Federation to drag them out one by one and kill them. Want to do this? Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the Old Pig, who were all half-step Heavenly Dao Masters, could definitely do it. He was right. Our only chance is to use today's opportunity to heavily injure Yi Xian, who is not in a good state and has yet to recover from the damage in his body. Then, seal his cultivation at once, and plan for other things. God. Afraid that this punch would touch the Shenong 9-colored flame that covered the body of the skeleton clone like a layer of light, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. At least this way, they would not die, and at most, they would be heavily injured. For such a huge benefit, and with no way out, this was the best way to deal with it. Boom! Rumble, all this made the 8 desolate sovereigns understand in an instant. Moreover, with the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign's shocking roar, the hesitation that had just grown in the hearts of the other 7 people also disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the 8 of them, who had almost stopped halfway, had already arrived in front of the skeleton. Originally, they were about 100 million miles away from the skeleton, but now, they were all within 10 million miles. Although it was just a simple 8 punches, it was from the hands of the 8 desolate sovereigns. All 8 of them used their full strength, and the power in their bodies was mobilized to the limit. Only the punches came, the void along the way was directly torn apart. Like 8 black holes in the shape of 8 rivers, they shot out from all directions. At the end of these 8 black holes was the skeleton clone that was still standing in the void, and did not even move his body. 1,000 it was only 10,000 miles. For existences at the level of desolate sovereign, it was not a distance at all. It could be crossed in a flash. What's more, now that the 8 desolate sovereigns all punched out with all their strength, their speed was extremely fast. In less than a second, the 8 black holes that extended from all directions converged into one on the skeleton clone's body. It was also at this moment that the skeleton clone that had been standing in the void finally moved. Boom! With a flash of coldness in his eyes, the skeleton clone turned to look to the right. Then, he stretched out his right arm and punched out, going straight for the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign who had just approached. Chapter 4977. Boom! Seeing that the 8 desolate supremes had joined forces to attack him, the skeleton clone's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately looked to the right. No hesitating, he directly stretched out his right arm and punched out, aiming at the violent bear desolate supremacy who had just arrived. In fact, the 8 desolate supremes who were attacking him from different directions were now within a few million miles of Yi Xian, and the skeleton clone's body was 60 million miles long. It could reach him with just a stretch of his arm. He could choose any target he wanted, and he could destroy anyone he wanted. Moreover, the first target he chose would not have a chance to live, and would definitely die. Clang! However, considering that he could also collect a desolate supremacy blood essence, even if he wanted to attack, he could not choose the 2 desolate supremes from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. But, he had to choose between the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy from the Temple of Glory. Even the blood-devouring War Lion was excluded from him. His Desolate Supremacy cultivation was achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, and he could not condense the Desolate Supremacy blood essence even if he killed him. So, among the 5 best targets to kill, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, and the Azure Sky Rock still had a deep grudge with Yi Xian. On the other hand, the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy from the Temple of Glory was only meeting Yi Xian for the second time today. But, Yi Xian's choice was precisely this Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy. This guy made him very unhappy, and just now he was determined to suppress Yi Xian. Since that was the case, he would do as he wished. Obviously, this old guy did not expect that Yi Xian's body strength, which was depleted when he used the fallen sky bow, had already been fully recovered. At that time, he had swallowed a large amount of chaos divine medicine. These guys did not know that there was such a heaven-defying medicine in the world, so they did not expect that Yi Xian had fully recovered and returned to his peak. Just because of this, facing the skeleton clone's punch, the Violent Bear Desolate Supremacy, who was coming from his right, did not put it in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth even revealed an undisguised look of disdain. His right fist didn't slow down in the slightest. It was obvious that he viewed Yi Xian's punch as a meaningless counterattack and struggle before his death. Bang! There was no suspense. As the two fists collided, an earth-shattering boom rang out. 2. Within the heavy fists, there was an incomparably violent power, but at this moment, it collided with each other. In less than a tenth of a breath, with a huge explosion, the tyrannical bare desolate venerable old monster's body that spanned thousands of miles, in the blink of an eye, turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. Xiao! As the blood mist dispersed, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first moment. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Then, he began. Blood essence condensation. First, before this, he already had 10 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. With this harvest, from this moment on, Yi Xian had 11 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In this short period of time, with just one punch, a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy old monster had already fallen. His body completely exploded and turned into a blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left. This scene was too shocking. The other 7 people were all shocked, but they didn't have time to do anything else. Because, the fist strike he had unleashed for them was now closing in on the enormous body of the skeleton. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering boom resounded. The 7 attacks all landed on the gigantic body of the skeleton avatar. However, they did not even cause a ripple. This among the 7 fellows, the strongest existences were still the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile. They had already reached the 8th Order Primordial Supreme. As for the other 5, the strongest was only a late-stage 7th Order Desolate Supremacy. The 9-headed Blood Wyrm and the Azure Sky Rock were only at the early-stage Desolate Supremacy. Yi Xian was already a Desolate Supremacy at the 9th Order Grand Perfection, a half-step Heavenly Dao. However, furthermore, he had not just stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. He had already stepped into this realm and broke through a few minor realms. However, in this primordial world fragment's void, he was suppressed by the Heavenly Dao laws. The 9 transformation Devil Ape bloodline divine power could only stop at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, he did not take another step forward to become a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. However, even though they were all half-step Heavenly Dao experts at the 9th stage of perfection, there were still differences in strength between them. For example, Old Pig Spirit's Cultivation had just entered this realm after using the demonic pig's 9 transformations. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian, Old Pig Spirit was much, much weaker. As for the mechanical beast that D-Air had fused with all the members of the machinery race, as well as his body that had torn apart the final seal, although it was also a half-step Heavenly Dao realm at the Tier 9 Perfection realm, it was the strongest expert in the realm. It was almost comparable to a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. Yi Xian was only slightly weaker than the mechanical beast. He was definitely the strongest existence at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, when the 7 violent forces struck his body, they were weakened by the 9-colored flame screen that enveloped his body. In addition, Yi Xian was already on guard. The final result was, he was unharmed. Heavens! Even when the 2 8th Order Desolate Supremacies, Scarlet Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, struck his body with all their might, it would only cause Yi Xian's qi and blood to fluctuate slightly, that was all. However, the 7 old fellows were not having a good time. When their fists landed on the body of the skeleton doppelganger, although it was only a slight contact, it was more or less contaminated with the Shinong 9-colored flame. Now, there was a brilliant 9-colored flame rising on the surface of their fists, and it was slowly spreading toward their arms, but at this moment, they could no longer care about that. That was because the 8 of them combined their strength and unleashed a punch with all their might. And yet, there wasn't a single scratch on the colossal body of the skeleton. Not only that, the raging bear Baron sovereign from the Temple of Glory had fallen as a result. Such an outcome had already scared the living souls of the 7 old men out of their wits. A few subconsciously, Scarlet Unicorn, who had the strongest cultivation level among the 7, gasped as his expression changed. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "What? You are unharmed? Aren't you in a weakened state because your body is empty?" Weakened state? When using the Skyfall Bow, there will indeed be a weakened state because your body is empty. Yi Xian didn't mind this kind of question in the slightest. He immediately nodded his head and lightly replied, "However, who told you that I haven't recovered?" "You did ask, but, did I admit it?" Chapter 4978. Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest when faced with the Crimson Cheelant's shocked question. He immediately smiled and nodded as he lightly replied. "Weak period? Using the Fallen Sky Bow, there will indeed be a period of weakness, and the body will be in deficit. However, who told you that I haven't recovered?" "You did ask, but, did I admit it?" These words were simply a blatant humiliation. The 7 old men were dumbfounded, and their bodies shook violently. Then, they seemed to realize something. Their faces changed drastically, and they retreated quickly. Amidst this, there were also cries of shock and astonishment, followed by gasps of cold air as they roared out, "What? Recovered? But how is this possible? How long has it been? He was clearly very weak before. Damn it, this guy must have some kind of incredible cultivation resource in his hands. He swallowed it at the critical moment, and in such a short time, he has recovered all the deficit from using the Fallen Sky Bow. I remember now. After shooting the arrow, he took out a gray thing and put it into his mouth. The energy aura is extremely strong. It must be because of this thing. What a sinister fellow. He has obviously recovered his cultivation, but he has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Everything that happened before was just an act. This is clearly intentional. He has long wanted to make a move on us, but he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality. He deliberately baited us, making us become the bad guys for nothing. Roar. This is too much of a bully. Mr. Yi, this is a misunderstanding. I am one of the core ancestors of the Immortal Dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty is still good. Yes, I am from Tenju Celestial Palace, and I am also a core ancestor. I am the same as the human race, so we should be united. The previous matter was just a misunderstanding. I was confused for a moment. Even if there is a dispute, we are all human race, so we can talk it out. At this moment, as the figures retreated, the 7 old guys all exclaimed in shock. The 2 desolate supremes from the Immortal Dynasty and Tenju Celestial Palace even betrayed him on the spot. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying from their faces. They took this opportunity to build a relationship with Yi Xian. No, regardless of whether these words were sincere or just to confuse Yi Xian with such words, so as to buy time to escape, such a face was too disgusting. It made Yi Xian feel disgusted, and he frowned on the spot. Turn around when he looked over, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he scolded sternly, "Shut up, if you say one more word, do you believe that I won't start with you 2 first?" The old guy trembled in fear, and he quickly shut his mouth. He didn't say anything, but his heart slightly calmed down because of this. After all, although Yi Xian was extremely, from his words, at least Yi Xian's, even if he wanted to attack, at least his first target, the first target, at least, Yi Wood's, at least, the first target's first choose, choose. Was. Roar. Bang. Bang, 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 almost at the same time, in all directions, there were also incomparably shrill roars and vicious howls, followed by the sound of explosions. In just one blow, the 7 old guys punched out. In order to concentrate their power and achieve the strongest attack effect, their fists all touched the body of the skeleton avatar. Although it was just a touch, the fists of the 7 people were all stained with a wisp of Shinong 9-colored flame. This This kind of top-level heaven and earth strange flame could not be extinguished by force. Touching it was like a maggot attached to the bone. Not only did it corrode the body, it could even corrode the divine soul. Now, the 7 old guys' faces changed wildly as they retreated. Although there were exclamations of horror in their mouths, their hands did not stop for a moment. They gritted their teeth, cut their wrists, and directly blew up the arm that they had just punched out. In an instant, 7 clouds of blood mist burst out in the void. Except for the blood mist formed by the self-detonation of one of the 2 human experts' arms, the other 5 clouds of blood mist were quite shocking. After all, the 5 old guys were already extremely huge. Even one of their arms was over 1,000,000 miles long. It was bigger than a meteor, Xiao. As the blood mist dispersed, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, an incomparably majestic and formless force swept out from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Although it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, it did not start to condense blood essence. This was only the blood mist formed by the explosion of one of their arms. It was not enough to directly condense the blood essence. However, he could not waste it. He first stored it away. After he killed these guys, he would gather them together and condense the blood essence. Of course, as the blood mist rushed over, the wisps of Shinong 9-colored flame that stained their fists were also absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Walala. After doing all this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the entire skeleton body that was 60 million miles long instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood that spread out in the void. The strange sound of water splashing like waves also came along with it. Roar. Roar. Screech. Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and vicious howls rang out. Looking around, in the shocking sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures, rising from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The other was the body of bones. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, which looked extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great bodies of blood sea condensed again, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the 9th order of the remote antiquity, which was half-step heavenly law. But this was obviously far from the end. As the 3 great bodies of blood sea condensed, from this vast sea of blood in the void, in the blink of an eye, beams of light shot out again. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were 5 beams of light in total, and their speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already shot into the distance, crossing tens of billions of miles of void, and as the wind soared, they turned into 5 incomparably huge figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig demon. While, at this time, as the 5 of them appeared, the monstrous sea of blood in the void suddenly split into 3. Then, with a flash of blood light, Yi Xian's 3 great bodies of blood also teleported tens of billions of miles away, in different directions. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment of life and death. In less than a breath's time, the 8 half-step heavenly law powerhouses of the magic hall appeared again, surrounding this void tens of billions of miles away. While the 7 old monsters of Huang Zun, who were escaping, were now surrounded by the 8 people. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, of the 8 old guys who had besieged Yi Xian, after one fell, the remaining 7 became Yi Xian's prey. Chapter 4979. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, 5 streaks of light shot out at an astonishing speed, reaching a distance in an instant, crossing tens of billions of miles of space. As they expanded in the wind, they turned into 5 gigantic figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit. At the same time, the 3 blood sea clones that stood proudly above the blood sea also flew up at the same time. In less than half a breath, they directly teleported to 3 other directions that were tens of billions of miles away. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a breath's time. In a short time, the situation in this part of the void was completely reversed. Before in an instant, 8 desolate supremacies shot out from all directions, wanting to besiege Yixian. But, now, the violent bear desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory was killed, and the remaining 7 old fellows scattered like birds and beasts. They were shooting out in all directions, with a panicked look on their faces, fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, before they could escape, in the surrounding tens of billions of miles of space, there were suddenly intercepting existences. In 8 directions, there were 8 killing gods. Without exception, they were all desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly axioms. This was simply asking for their lives. Why? They knew that among the 7 fellows who were fleeing, the strongest one was only an 8th-level desolate supremacy, and there were only 2 of them. The remaining ones with the weakest cultivation, the 9-headed blood Wyrm and the azure sky rock, were only early-level desolate supremacies. Not only were their cultivation levels extremely low, they were also outnumbered. Only 7 of them were able to escape, while there were 8 of them blocking the way. Even if one of them was keeping an eye on one of them would still be able to stay at the side and watch for fun. This was absolutely a dead end, and there was no chance of survival at all. Realizing this, the 2 desolate supremacies from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace immediately panicked. They had previously shown weakness to Yixian, but it was just to curry favor. Their sole purpose was to prevent Yixian from immediately attacking them after killing Wild Bear Baron's supremacy from the Temple of Glory with a single punch. However, at this moment, they were truly panicking. Not only had the master of the magic hall, Yixian, fully recovered his cultivation, he had also been completely enraged by them. He had actually summoned the 4 heavenly kings, the other 2 blood sea clones, and that detestable old pig spirit. 8 desolate supremacies at the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Dao realm were standing in the void, sealing off all directions. This is definitely the rhythm of keeping them here. Fellow Daoist, this is a misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. This old man is one of the core ancestors of the everlasting dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty. It was just a small misunderstanding. There was no need for you to fight. That's right, this is a little too impulsive. Fellow Daoist, between this old man's 10 ultimate celestial palace and you, there has never been any grudges. We are both humans, and we should be united as one. This small misunderstanding is just a moment of hot-headedness for this old man. Why do you have to be entangled with it? We are all humans, no matter how serious the misunderstanding is, we can talk it out. As they spoke, the figures of the 2 old men did not stop at all. They continued to flee to the right, and even waved their hands to summon a treasure each. They hovered above their heads, and poured out a silver and green light curtain, protecting their bodies within it. The 2 old men guarding these 2 directions were the 4 heavenly kings of the 4 heavenly kings, blood sea clones and time clones. These 2 old men did not dare to offend the 3 blood sea clones, and that old pig spirit did not look like a person to be trifled with. Therefore, they chose the area guarded by the 2 heavenly kings, and while trying to curry favor with Yixian, they ran away, vainly trying to slip through the cracks. In their opinion, as long as Yixian's side hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately give the order to intercept the heavenly king of tears and the heavenly king of time, then they would be able to charge through the gap between the 2 heavenly kings. Only if they wanted to break through this encirclement, they would be able to escape after a few teleportations. Roar. Roar, however, the reality was clearly beyond the 2 old men's expectations. Before they could approach, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were standing proudly in the void, had already raised their heads and roared angrily at the same time. Tight following that, a cold light flashed in their eyes. The 2 heavenly kings' incomparably huge bodies instantly transformed into 2 beams of light. They were too fast, surpassing the speed of meteors and lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the 2 old men. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. Boom! Rumble, the power was too violent. This was a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert at the great perfection of the ninth order. Now that he had struck out with all his strength, even though it was just a simple punch, wherever the fist passed, even the void would crack inch by inch, as if it was collapsing. Fellow Daoist Yi, impulsiveness is the devil. You must not be impulsive. Yes, yes, yes. The two of us are friends, not enemies. This is definitely a misunderstanding. It can't be like this. When they saw this scene, the two old fellows were scared out of their wits. Their bodies came to a sudden stop in the void. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in shock. However, to their surprise, before they could finish speaking, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were swinging their fists in front of them, disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, among the 6 people who were guarding the other 6 directions, there was also a change that no one could have expected. Swish. Swish, 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 almost at the same time, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air. Although Bao Yuan's figure remained motionless, the other 2 Blood Sea avatars, Void Heavenly King, Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, and Old Pig Spirit, a total of 5 figures, moved together. Including Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, a total of 7 figures instantly used teleportation and rushed towards the 9-headed blood dragon that was escaping from the left. This old fellow was originally the furthest away. At the same time, he was also the first to turn around and flee. Now, he had even fled more than 30 billion miles away and was about to break out of the encirclement. In addition, his cultivation level was one of the 2 weakest among the 7 old fellows. It was the easiest to kill him. It was basically guaranteed that he would be killed in one strike. Therefore, the first prey that Yi Xian chose was him. 7. The half-step Heavenly Dao experts attacked at the same time and used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around the 9-headed blood dragon. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. No, Yi Xian. Bang! This scene happened too quickly, and the 9-headed blood dragon was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to self-destruct before he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, 7 gigantic fists, which were so majestic that it made people tremble in fear, landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then, it began. Blood essence condensation. Chapter 4980. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance was instantly killed. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the 9-headed blood dragon did not even have time to react. It only raised its head and let out an unwilling roar before its incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into Bao Yuan's body with a wave of his hand. Previously, Yi Xian already had 11 blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands. With the addition of the 9-headed blood dragon, the total number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands reached 12. At the same time, the 7 desolate supremacy old monsters that were fleeing in all directions in the void were reduced by 1 more, leaving only 6. Yi Xian naturally had his own considerations as to why he chose to kill the 9-headed blood dragon. Although the 2 old fellows from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace were extremely loquacious and annoying, they were not ferocious beasts. Even if they were killed, the blood mist that exploded from their bodies would not be able to condense the blood essences of desolate supremacy. Thus therefore, no matter how much he hated these 2 old fellows, Yi Xian would not choose them as the targets to kill first. He would definitely leave them for last. The 2 old fellows obviously did not know this, but the facts in front of them could not be denied. Originally, Ti Hun Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were blocking their way, roared angrily and threw a punch at them. But, at the most critical moment, they teleported halfway and directly rushed in another direction. Together with the other 5 half-step Heavenly Dao Masters, they killed the 9-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance. From their point of view, this was clearly the result of what they had just said. After all, they were all humans. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was fierce, he was more or less reasonable. In this battle, he would most likely not attack them again. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two old fellows' hearts, which were originally in their throats, immediately fell back down. After a long sigh, their figures, which were originally rushing away, suddenly stopped in the void. Since, however, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already thought things through and decided not to kill them. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. Not only was there no need to flee, but there was also a need to stay behind and join forces with the master of the magic hall to kill the other 4 old fogies of the Star Alliance. Although the Sky Alliance was one of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Union, there were only 4 awakened desolate supremacies left. Although there were other desolate supremacies hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans, in their opinion, even with all of that, the entire Sky Alliance could not be compared to the Magic Hall. There was no need to talk about conventional forces. Even the Human Federation didn't think much of the Star Alliance's conventional forces, much less the Demon Hall's legions. A rival in terms of high-end combat strength. The Magic Hall already had 8 peak 9th level half-step wielder of Heaven's Path. Did they have any? Even counting the slumbering core ancestors of the Star Alliance's ancestral lands, it would be impossible to gather 8 half-step Empyrean Masters. Only just based on this point, their value was far less than the Magic Hall's. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had a terrifying divine ability like the Skyfall Bow. That was a divine ability that could even kill a Heavenly Dao realm expert with a single arrow. In summary, the 2 old fogies felt that it would be fine if they didn't have a chance, but now that the master of the Magic Hall was deliberately going easy on them, they couldn't let go of this opportunity. Positive, this was the best opportunity for them to show their sincerity. Now that they had stayed behind to assist the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in killing the 4 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance, this was a sign of their allegiance to the Magic Hall. As long as there were no accidents, from now on, the Human Federation and the Magic Hall would be one big family. They were all humans to begin with, so it was only right for them to work together closely. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fogies' eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the end, they were so excited that they almost jumped up in the void. They turned around and looked at Bao Yuan, who was standing in the void with his hands behind his back as if he was a bystander. Their faces were full of smiles as they expressed their sincerity, deliberately trying to curry favor. Fellow Daoist Yi, the human race is one big family. You made the right choice. This old man is so excited. Fellow Daoist, you finally understand, that's right. This choice means a lot to us humans. Just thinking about it makes this old man want to cry. I'm so relieved. Fellow Daoist Yi is indeed an outstanding talent of the human race. You finally understand the righteousness of the human race. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. The 2 of us are guarding this direction. Those 4 old fogies won't be able to escape. You just need to kill them. Since it's 8 against 4, we can kill them one by one very quickly. We should have gotten rid of those old bastards a long time ago. The Human Federation didn't have a choice. We were frightened by the situation in the void and had no choice but to ally ourselves with the Star Alliance. Now that I think about it, it's really shameful. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will no longer have the Star Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be the union of the Human Federation and the Magic Hall. The human race will be one big family in the world. The human race will rule this part of the primitive world fragment. Roar. Fellow Daoist Yi, kill them. Roar. When they got excited, the 2 old fogies even raised their heads and roared wildly. Their auras reached the sky, and they actually activated all the power in their bodies to the extreme. They took the initiative to guard this direction and even took out their combat weapons. They looked like they could hold off 10,000 enemies alone. This scene was so unexpected that even Yi Xian didn't expect it. Caught off guard, he even opened his mouth in shock. In front of them, the 4 old fogies, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the azure sky rock, and the bloodthirsty war lion, who were running for their lives, staggered and almost fell into the void. Wait, when they came to their senses and realized what had happened, these four old fellows were fuming with rage. They gnashed their teeth and almost spat out blood on the spot. Roar. This is so infuriating. Shameless fellas, how dare you betray us at such a critical moment? You don't even care about your old face just to hug the thick thighs of the magic hall? Are these the core ancestors of the two human factions? Tui. With such a face, you still have the nerve to talk about righteousness. Is the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, blind? How could he possibly take a fancy to people like you? Roar. This old man is unwilling. Even if I'm killed here today, I must kill these two old fogies. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Screech. The last sentence came from the mouth of the bloodthirsty war lion, the core ancestor of the war lion clan. This old fogey had always had a violent temper. How could he bear to be stabbed in the back by his allies? At this moment, in his heart, his hatred for the two desolate supremes of the human race was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he didn't hesitate and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the two old fogies. Chapter 4981. Screech. The two desolate supremacies from the Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty were so shameless that the four old monsters from the Star Alliance almost coughed up blood. Come on. As the core ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the bloodthirsty Battle Lion had always had a violent temper. He could not stand being stabbed in the back by his allies. At this moment, his hatred for the two desolate supremacies was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he no longer hesitated and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the two old men. The aura in his body was extremely fierce, and it was clear that he was going to risk his life to drag them down together. The two old men naturally would not let go of this opportunity. First, although they had openly expressed their intentions, they were only talking. Now that the bloodthirsty battle lion was roaring and charging at them, they had no doubt given them a chance to prove their intentions. Moreover, although the bloodthirsty battle lion was also a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy, he had only reached this level through a secret technique. The two old men were also late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacies. Even if they were to fight the bloodthirsty battle lion one-on-one, they would not be afraid of him. For example, now that the bloodthirsty battle lion was charging at them alone, they could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion in a 2-on-1 situation. Although it was basically impossible to kill the bloodthirsty battle lion, it was more of a chance to show off. For the best result was that the two of them could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would be happy to see this. With this thought in mind, the two old fellows immediately became excited and began to howl. Roar. Bloodthirsty battle lion, you old thing, you only increased your cultivation through a secret technique. You're just a powerful person from the primordial era. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I won't even frown when I kill you. Why waste so much time talking to a junior like him? Since he's so rude, we can't just slap him to death. That would be too easy for him. We can slowly play with him until he goes crazy. Roar. Awoo. After raising their heads and roaring, the two old fellows exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they summoned their respective combat treasures and charged toward the blood-devouring war lion. The three of them immediately engaged in battle. Although the blood-devouring war lion was a ferocious beast, its cultivation base was still there. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be able to hold its own against the two old men. However, now that it was 2 against 1, it immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. As for the situation here, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with it. In fact, be it the two shameless human race desolate supremacies or the blood-devouring war lion, Yi Xian did not plan on killing them today. The reason was simple. The two human race desolate supremacies were not fierce beasts. Killing them would be pointless. It was the same for the blood-devouring war lion. Its desolate supremacy combat strength was forcefully raised by the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability. Its original cultivation base was only at the primordial realm. Although it was a fierce beast, its situation was the same as the 2 human race desolate supremacies. Killing it would be pointless. The current magic hall was already extremely powerful. These 3 fellows did not pose any threat to the magic hall. Since there were no benefits, it was better to leave the 3 of them alive. After all, the primeval heavens I was expected to officially descend soon. It was better to leave a few more desolate supremacies behind to contend with him. If the 2 human race desolate supremacies knew that Yi Xian had such thoughts, they would most likely be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this moment, as the 3 fellows that were ignored by Yi Xian fought in full swing, in the other 3 directions, the bloody unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon alligator, and the azure sky rock were also fleeing for their lives. Yi Xian would definitely not let these 3 old fellows go. On one hand, they were old enemies. They had always been at odds with Yi Xian. On the other hand, to Yi Xian, they represented 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. Naturally, they would not be wasted. These 3 fellows were destined to not be able to escape today. Yi Xian would attack them one by one. The 3 desolate supremacies would be killed one after another. The first target was naturally the azure sky rock. This one. The old fellow was the same as the 9-headed blood dragon. He was only an early-stage desolate supremacy. His cultivation base was low, so killing him was the easiest. Furthermore, he was a ferocious bird, so he was good at speed. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator, he was the furthest away. If he waited until the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator were killed before turning around to deal with him, this old fellow would probably have escaped to God knows where. While Yi Xian predicted that he would not return to the Star Alliance. He would most likely go somewhere else to hide. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to kill him again. Walala, the azure sky rock seemed to have realized this as well. As a result, although he had fled the furthest, the sense of danger that enveloped his heart was even stronger than that of the blood Qilin and the 9 hell demon crocodile. For example, today, before the pursuers behind him appeared, he had already used a secret technique. A pair of huge wings suddenly flapped, and all the feathers shot out in an instant. This. These feathers were exactly the same. They were all green. At this moment, they spread out and exploded in the void, turning into a green energy light mist. All the energy light mist curled up, and in the blink of an eye, turned into azure sky rock. They looked exactly the same as the old fellow. Even their auras were indistinguishable. Clearly, he wanted to confuse the enemy and take advantage of the chaos to escape. In order to escape, you did not hesitate to sacrifice all your feathers? TSK, won't you become a bald chicken like this? Seeing all this, Yi Xian curled his lips. The voice of his consciousness was transmitted, revealing endless disdain and ridicule. Green, Tian Depeng's trick was obviously a waste of effort. There was no meaning at all, because Yi Xian had already firmly locked on his aura before this. It could be said that although there were thousands of azure sky rock in front of him in the void, his original body was like a candlelight in the dark night. For Yi Xian, it was incomparably clear. Roar, 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 oh woo. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and roar. Tight, then, their figures disappeared in the void in an instant. They directly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared around the azure sky rock's original body. However, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, they each threw out a punch, directly surrounding the azure sky rock in the center of the circle. Roar, bang. All of this happened too quickly. The azure sky rock didn't have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar, and 7 enormous fists that were majestic to the point of causing others to tremble in fear had already landed on its body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into its body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then, it began. Blood essence condensation. M. Chapter 4982. Screech, bang. In the distance, an incomparably shrill screech could be heard. The great heavenly king, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the old pig demon all raised their heads at the same time and let out shocking roars and screeches. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in the void and directly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around the Azure Sky Rock. With just one punch, the Azure Sky Great Rock's entire body exploded into a rapidly spreading, scarlet mist of blood. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a short instant. Although the Azure Sky Rock was only an early-stage desolate supremacy, he was still a desolate supremacy old monster. Even if he encountered a half-step heavenly Tao at this realm's 9th stage perfection, as long as he was careful, he could seize the opportunity to use a life-saving secret technique to escape. There was basically no possibility of being killed. Now, not only was he killed, but it was also extremely clean. It was simply an instant kill. This situation should not have happened, but now it had become a reality. It was because the hunting team that the Magic Hall had sent out was too luxurious. The flesh avatar of the 3 blood sea avatars, Violent Ape, did not even make a move. Just the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, the 4 heavenly kings, and old pig spirit were already 7 desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly Tao at the great perfection of rank 9. 7 desolate supremacies, all of them teleported to his side in an instant and surrounded him from all directions within a short distance. Then, they attacked together and threw out a punch with all their strength. With such a terrifying power, even if a half-step heavenly Tao of the same cultivation level did not die on the spot, they would definitely be seriously injured and vomit blood. As for the Azure Sky Rock, he was only an early-stage desolate supremacy who had just entered the 2nd stage. It was natural for him to be killed by a punch. Before this, Yi Xian only had 12 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. But now, with the death of the Azure Sky Rock, the number of desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession had increased to 13. But, this was still not the end. Today, Yi Xian was determined to gather 15 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. After dealing with the Azure Sky Rock, the next 2 targets were the Blood Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Here at this moment, following the death of the Azure Sky Rock, these 2 old fellows had already realized that danger was approaching. They had already used all their strength to flee for their lives in 2 different directions. One left and right, the distance between them had already reached a distance of 50 billion kilometers. When he saw this scene, Bao Yuan finally spoke. His tone was ghastly, yet it revealed a wisp of laziness as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Old pig, go restrain Crimson Unicorn. Just don't let him escape. The old pig mentioned here was naturally the old pig spirit. The next target that Yi Xian chose was the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. However, this old fellow was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Even if 7 half-step heavenly Tao at the perfect rank 9 realm attacked him together, they might not be able to instantly kill him with a single punch. Duo at the very least, they would be entangled for a while. Unfortunately, the 2 old fellows were fleeing in different directions. If they got entangled with the 9 Demon Crocodile, the Scarlet Unicorn in the other direction might take the opportunity to escape. Duo hence, Yi Xian sent the old pig spirit to restrain him. Under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, the old pig spirit was now a half-step heavenly Tao at the perfect rank 9 realm, while the Scarlet Unicorn was only at the rank 8 realm. In terms of speed, the Scarlet Unicorn was inferior to the 9 Demon Crocodile. Although the old pig spirit was nearly 50 billion kilometers behind, if he sped at full speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him within 100 billion kilometers. However, after that, he just had to restrain him according to Yi Xian's instructions. Once the battle here was over, the 7 half-step heavenly Dao who were surrounding the 9 Demon crocodile would return. The scarlet unicorn would still die in the end. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian had long regarded these two old fellows as prey in the bag. He had never thought that they would have a chance to escape. Hence, at this moment, when he gave the order to the old pig spirit with the power of divine sense, he did not conceal it. Instead, he openly said it out loud. Words when the voice entered the scarlet unicorn's ears, it instantly enraged him. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately roared in the void, Yi Xian, don't go overboard. Don't forget that I'm also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. If that damn black pig dares to come over, I'll self-destruct on the spot. At that time, although I won't be able to live, that damn black pig won't have it easy either. If a rank 8 desolate supremacy were to self-destruct, a rank 9 half-step heavenly Dao would probably be seriously injured. Although he was roaring non-stop, the scarlet unicorn's figure did not stop for a moment. Instead, he tightened his legs and fled even faster to the left. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He knew that there was no need for him to say anything else. The old pig spirit knew what to do. Oh, you old bastard, black pig is black pig. What do you mean by adding the word die in front of it? If you die, Grandpa Pig won't die. Sure enough, just as the scarlet unicorn's words fell, the old pig spirit immediately jumped up. With a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and spread out to chase after the scarlet unicorn. Onis he chased, he was still cursing endlessly. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Roar. Big blood dog, stop right there for Grandpa Pig. Aren't you going to self-destruct? Come on, explode one for your Grandpa Pig to see. My skin is rough and my flesh is rough. If I'm not satisfied with exploding, you're my grandson. Pfft, I don't want this kind of bastard grandson. You're AF * king bastard, pfft. Blood. The scarlet unicorn was so angry that he almost spat out blood on the spot. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and run wildly. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, had already gone far away in an instant. At this moment, the violent ape, the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton avatar, and the black fog avatar all raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he immediately activated teleportation. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 indiscernible sharp sounds of light breaking through the air rang out at the same time. The 7 figures instantly disappeared in the void. When they reappeared, they were already around the 9 Demon crocodile in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, each of them punched out, directly towards the 9 Demon crocodile in the middle of the encirclement. Screech, bang! Seeing this scene, the 9 Demon crocodile was so scared that his whole body trembled. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, 7 huge fists with majestic power had already landed on his body. Pfft! You bastards, you're too much of a bully. With this punch, the 9 Demon crocodile did not directly die. After all, he was a rank 8 desolate venerable. His foundation was not ordinary. However, although he did not die, this blow had caused a huge injury to him that could not be ignored. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his meridians were broken. He was not on the verge of death, but he was very close. In his grief and indignation, the 9 Demon crocodile opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Chapter 4983. Although the 9 Demon crocodile did not die, it had caused a huge injury that could not be ignored. Its internal organs were completely shattered, and its meridians were broken. It was not that it was on the verge of death, but it was very close. In grief and indignation, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Screech, even if I die, I will not let you have an easy time. Explode. Bang. Rumble, with his last roar, the 9 eudemon crocodile's huge body instantly became chaotic and violent. A few moments later, in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was thousands of miles long directly exploded. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. It was to the extent that even the surrounding space collapsed because of this, shattering inch by inch as boundless spatial turbulence surged out from within. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. As he retreated, he suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible majestic aura whizzed out. Whoosh! The majestic blood mist produced by the 9 eudemon crocodile's self-destruction swept over and was absorbed into the body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. One at the end of the cut, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the 4 heavenly kings also flashed coldly in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they retreated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they retreated out of the collapsed void. Until, at this time, the 9 eudemon crocodile had fallen. Yi Xian, who originally only had 13 blood essences in his hands, now had 14. As long as he harvested the last blood essence from the scarlet unicorn, he would complete the mission of gathering 15 blood essences today. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed. He turned and looked to the left void. At the end of his line of sight in this direction, the scarlet unicorn and the old pig demon's figures were faintly visible. They were only 10 billion miles away from each other. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the 4 heavenly kings shook their shoulders at the same time and directly activated their teleportation ability. They activated their abilities and chased after the void pole in the distance to the left. Although they were tens of billions of kilometers away, the crimson unicorn was able to clearly see everything that was happening. The old man was terrified. He originally thought that the 9 netherworld demon crocodile would be able to hold on for a while. After all, it was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It was only a fine line away from rank 9 perfection. But never had he imagined that from the moment Yi Xian's group of 7 surrounded the 9 hell devil crocodile to the moment it was dealt with, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Initially, he was counting on the 9 eudemon crocodile to help him delay his escape. Now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Previously, it was only a black-skinned old pig chasing after him. But now, the 7 murderous gods were also chasing after him. It was simply killing him. With fear and anger in its heart, the scarlet unicorn immediately raised its head and roared, "Screech! Don't chase anymore. If you chase anymore, I'll really self-destruct." This was his only method. Other than that, he really did not know what else he could say to scare the 8 murderous gods chasing after him. Only yes, before he could finish his sentence, he shut his mouth. His entire face was red and purple. It was extremely awkward. In the next moment, Yi Xian's spiritual sense voice was indeed heard. It resounded through the void, causing the scarlet unicorn to almost spit out blood on the spot. Self-destruct? That's quite welcome. Just now, I already self-destructed a silly bird. If it wasn't for his self-destruction, I wouldn't have been able to get away so quickly to chase after you. Pfft. What he said was simply a slap to the face. However, it was the truth. Even a rank 8 desolate supremacy like the scarlet unicorn almost could not withstand it. Although it did not spit out blood on the spot, when its chi and blood rushed to the top of its head, its body suddenly staggered in the void. Both parties were only tens of billions of miles apart. This bit of distance was nothing to a half-step heavenly Dao who was at rank 9 perfection. The scarlet unicorn was also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Although its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian and company, it was not much worse. Therefore, when it gritted its teeth and ran, the others needed some time to catch up. However, at this moment, its body staggered and its speed instantly decreased by a large amount. This opportunity was not missed by the old pig spirit who was not far behind. With a teleport, it appeared in front of the scarlet unicorn in the blink of an eye. It raised its head and roared, raising its pair of front hooves and fiercely stomped. Holy sh*t, the scarlet unicorn was so angry that it almost collapsed on the spot. Its body that was shooting forward came to an abrupt stop. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Xian and company who were chasing after it closed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few sharp sounds of the air being torn apart sounded in succession. The 3 Blood Sea avatars and the 4 heavenly kings activated their teleportations at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they closed in and surrounded the scarlet unicorn. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in their eyes and they directly threw a punch. Screech! At this moment, the scarlet unicorn's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. However, it could not change anything at all. It was destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit who was blocking in front of the scarlet unicorn and was the first to raise its pair of hooves struck the scarlet unicorn's body at the same time. Shock! There was a loud sound in the sky. It did not have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar. 8 huge fists with majestic power had already reached its body. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet unicorn's entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible qi whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the scarlet unicorn's body was swept into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Thus, it began, the blood essence condensation. At this point, the battle finally came to an end. In a short period of time, Yi Xian had finished off all of his scheduled opponents. None of them escaped, and all of them were killed. While the blood essence of desolation supremacy in his hands had risen from the previous 14 to the current 15, the blood essence of desolation supremacy was used to refine the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. For this level of supreme treasure pill, even Yi Xian, who had countless generals under his command, would not need much. Therefore, 15 blood essence of desolation supremacy was basically enough. Thinking of this, Bao Yuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the void area where the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 human race desolation supremacies were fighting fiercely. After being slightly startled, the expression on his face instantly became strange. He shook his head and continued, "The battle on my side has ended, so I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you, take your time playing." Chapter 4984. After killing the scarlet unicorn, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at where he came from. In the intense battle that he saw made him slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face gradually became strange. He shook his head and said, "The battle on my side has ended. I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you. Enjoy yourselves." Walala, before he could finish speaking, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire body of the skeleton avatar and the body of black fog collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside, a series of sharp whistles rang out. Around him, the heavenly king of void, heavenly king of blood mosquito, heavenly king of blood spirit, and heavenly king of time turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sea of blood. Entire, the vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away. However, it did not go far away. Instead, it entered between the eyebrows of the blood avatar, Bao Yuan, and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, with the return of the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 blood sea avatars, the old pig spirit on the right side raised his head and roared wildly. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and shot over. When he got close, Bao Yuan waved his hand and kept it into the Shenong treasured cauldron in his body. Suddenly, in an instant, only Bao Yuan was left in the void. But in fact, even he did not intend to stay there. He turned to the blood-devouring battle lion and the two desolate venerables who were still fighting fiercely in the void and nodded. He said, "Good luck." Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he teleported away. What? Play slowly. What? What's going on? Looking at the place where Yi Xian disappeared, not only were the two desolate venerables from the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty dumbfounded, but even the blood-devouring battle lion was stunned. Originally, they were fighting fiercely, but now they stopped at the same time. After being stunned for a few seconds, they subconsciously looked around. The vast expanse of space was now completely empty. Other than the three of them, no one else could be seen. This feeling was too awkward. It was as if that earth-shattering battle had nothing to do with them. In the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, the three of them were no different from bystanders. Roar. These two old things, how does it feel? You guys are sticking your hot faces to his cold buttocks. The Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you guys in the eye. Withdrawing his gaze, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its divine sense immediately transmitted, revealing an endless sense of ridicule. The faces of the two human race desolate supremacies turned green. This was indeed a slap in the face. They had deliberately tried to curry favor, but the other party did not take them seriously at all. They just patted their butts and left. It was simply too embarrassing. Roar. Blood-devouring war lion, you aren't any better. Didn't you see that the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were all killed? You're the only one left. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you. That's right, you just used a secret method to increase your cultivation. To be honest, you and I are not on the same level. The master of the magic hall naturally thinks the same, so he can't be bothered to kill you. After a moment of depression, the two old men immediately retorted, their faces full of ridicule. Roar. So what if you used a secret method to increase your cultivation? I can still torture you. You two old men, don't run if you dare. I'll kill you. Come, this old man is itching for a fight. You're too skinny, right? Today, I'll torture you to death here. Don't talk nonsense with him. Today, we'll kill him here. Later, we'll take over the Star Alliance. The moment they disagreed, a fierce battle broke out in the void in an instant. At the same time, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, Xiu. There was a faint sound of something breaking through the void. There was a flash of light, and a figure stepped out of it. It was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After leaving the battlefield in the Tianji galaxy, he activated the devouring system in his body and used the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to rush back as soon as possible. At this time, the magic hall's army was still on their way back. While Yi Xian was in a hurry to return because after the previous series of battles, his cultivation had reached its peak. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. No, before he went into seclusion, he had to make some arrangements in the magic hall in case something unexpected happened. With a wave of his hand, the four heavenly kings and the pig demon turned into streaks of light and shot out, their figures coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. I need to go into seclusion. Old pig, I'll leave the magic hall to you for the time being. After these two sentences, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he returned to the immortal's abode. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When he reached the towering peak of the immortal's abode, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the void could be heard. Streaks of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-color divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by the power of the Shen Nong Cauldron's field. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. After an unknown amount of time, this energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately activated his thoughts. He only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, Second Order Primordial Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Blood Qi realm. Current realm, Second Order Primordial Supreme. Desolate Supreme. Cultivation for another breakthrough. Yi Xian didn't feel too happy. Because, even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Primordial Supreme. Although he would definitely be stronger than before this breakthrough, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Dao realm. In this void fragment of the primordial world, without the recognition of the primordial heavenly Dao, he would never be able to break through the barrier and enter the true heavenly Dao realm. Although he had broken through, his combat strength didn't increase significantly. No one would be happy about such a thing. Chapter 4985. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation had once again skyrocketed. Under normal circumstances, he had already reached the Second Order Desolate Supremacy. However, unfortunately, due to the suppression of the heavenly Dao in this void fragment, even if he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, his cultivation limit was still the half-step heavenly Dao of the Desolate Supremacy 9th Order. Although his combat power had increased compared to before and should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Air's mechanical beast, he was still only a half-step heavenly Dao. He had not taken that final step. Right. Yi Xian was no longer worried about this matter. Although he felt disappointed, he quickly calmed down. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Returning from the back mountain of the magic hall, a faint sound of breaking air came from the magic hall at the peak of the giant mountain. Looking over, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were happily rushing out of the magic hall. During this period of time, Ancestor Corpse, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had been in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to increase their cultivation. In this place, the entire interior of the Immortals' Cave Star was quiet. But now, with these 10 girls coming out of seclusion one after another, there would be a lot of noise in this period of time. At this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including the corpse ancestor Hanba, the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, the desolate lightning lady, the 9 heavens fairy, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and fairy Zi Xia, had also arrived. Greetings, master. When they arrived at Yi Xian, the 7 of them immediately bowed. The 7 of them were famous in the untainted land. They were famous in the untainted land. After they died unexpectedly in the previous life, they were reborn in this life. Now, they finally climbed to a new height and reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm that they had never reached in the previous life. But in front of Yi Xian, the 7 of them had always maintained their original hearts. When facing Yi Xian, although they would occasionally joke around, they would never overstep their boundaries. If this had happened in the past, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, would definitely be jealous. Who knew how they would deal with Yi Xian? But now, the 3 of them were already familiar with the 7 great alluring cultivators. It could be said that they were as close as sisters, so they naturally wouldn't feel that way anymore. Yi Xian smiled and nodded his head. After the 7 great alluring cultivators stood up, he swept his gaze over them. After a period of consolidation, the 7 of them had just broken through to the desolate supremacy level not long ago. Now, they had completely stabilized. From then on, they had completely gotten rid of the misfortune of their previous lives. They had shed their cocoons and turned into butterflies, welcoming a new life. Day in the future, he would definitely reach an even higher height. Day the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, had gained a lot during this period of seclusion. It could even be said that it was shocking. Firstly, it was because the foundation of their own cultivation wasn't high to begin with. Secondly, Yi Xian had provided them with the most top-grade cultivation resources, such as the purple gold medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the chaos medicine, and so on. Again. Plus, he had already prepared a full set of various levels of pills for them. He had already given them all the way to the level 29 Desolate Supremacy level pill that would allow them to break through to the Desolate Supremacy level pill. Only once they had reached a certain level, they would be able to swallow it immediately and break through. Hence, after this period of seclusion, the three girls had now all surpassed the 5 great emperors and were now universe knights. Such a result made Yi Xian feel extremely gratified. After fooling around with the group of girls for a while, he finally remembered what he had to do. He fully extended his spirit energy and enveloped the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun. He gathered all his subordinates of the magic hall and gathered them in the space around the cave star. This time, he had spent quite a bit of time in seclusion. The magic hall army that was originally on their way back had already returned a few days ago. At this moment, with Yi Xian's order to gather, the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun was like a sleeping beast that had completely awakened. Xiao! 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 Howl! Screech! Within the innumerable life stars, a large amount of roars and screeches could be heard. The various large armies began to gather. The group of higher-ups of the magic hall were all filled with joy as they swept through the space and shot towards Yi Xian's cave star. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all his subordinates of the magic hall. In such a huge forbidden land of Rising Sun, all the great beings within the various life stars would gather. Naturally, it would take a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited for a day before waving his hand and directly activating the black magic hall that stood at the peak of the towering mountain. It rushed out of the cave star and quietly stood above the atmosphere. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged at the peak of the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also seated on either side of him. Xiao, 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 in an instant, 4 rays of light shot over. They were the 4 heavenly kings. Although they were electronic doppelgangers, they were also Yi Xian. At this moment, they shot over and directly stood around the black magic hall. Awu. Awu. 2. The Dao boar's howl was heard. The old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine rushed over. These 2 fellows had activated the 9 transformations demonic boar bloodline ability, so the primordial porcupine also had the cultivation of desolate supremacy. Apart. In addition, there was also the black-robed desolate supremacy from the alliance of the remnants. He was also following behind these 2 fellows. The 3 of them all had the battle strength of a desolate supremacy. They stood in the void closest to the black magic hall. While, behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the almighty of the primordial era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a few. At a glance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Behind the old pig spirit and the other 2 were 9 almighty of the primordial era from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, as well as 3 almighty of the alliance of the remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and the other great beings of the remnants. Including Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled Emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and battle lion clans. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. That said, all of the upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by the immemorial Turtle had also gathered here. There were also the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small powers and families. A total of more than 1,000 figures were all gathered here. Just like that, even Yi Xian hadn't seen so many people gathered together for a long time. Now, as he appeared, he glanced at them one by one, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. Just like that, today, the Magic Hall was definitely the most powerful one in this void fragment of the Chaos world. Chapter 4986. It had been a while since he last saw them, and the subordinates of the Magic Hall were all improving their cultivation levels crazily. Now, the upper echelons of the Magic Hall had improved their cultivation levels greatly, and they were all Universe Knights and above. Among them, there were quite a number of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, such as the leader of the Dark Turtle Clan, Ming Long, and Mad Mosquito Emperor. They were all about to enter the Primordial Era. Such a result made Yi Xian feel gratified. He glanced at the group of confidants gathered in the space near the Magic Hall and nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. In the space around them, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and battleships of the survivors and space beasts. They stretched as far as the eye could see. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all the subordinates of the Magic Hall. All the countless life stars in the rising sun forbidden land were gathered here. However, although the subordinates of the Magic Hall were many, they were all very disciplined. The endless army spread out in the space was also orderly. According to the arrangement of the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall, they each occupied a part of the space. The first army was the Beast Army. It was made up of the space beasts that were originally living in the space fragment of the Chaos Era. This included the Beast Army of the original Nomadic Army and the space beasts of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The commanders were Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and so on. The total number of space beasts in the army was about 100 million. The second army was the Remnant Army. Both Remnant Tribe of Sang-Ji and the Remnant Tribe of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were formed. Later, they joined the Remnant Alliance. It was made up of. The commanders were the black-robed Huang Zun, the 9 supreme beings, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and so on. There were hundreds of billions of remnant people in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. It was made up of. The third army was the Nomadic Army. Actually, they were the captive army from before, but now, they had passed the final test and were no longer captive army. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of great beings from the 3 main planes. Both there were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various powerhouses from the original Wan Luo Federation. The commanders in front were the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. The number of soldiers in the regiment was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with a total of 50 million warships. The 4 legions were captives. Below them were only captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. The current commanders were the mighty figures of the 3 clans, as well as the Bloodhorn Dragon Ancestor and the Green Rock Ancestor. The total number of soldiers was over 20 billion, including all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses that were 50,000 meters long. The 5th Legion was the All-Evil Legion. The commanders were the immemorial Porcupine Boar and the immemorial Hairy Tortoise. The former already had the combat strength of a Desolate Supreme under the Demonic Pig's 9 Transformations bloodline ability, while the latter was already a Desolate Supreme. Tiancheng. Even though there were only around 100 million star beasts in this evil legion, all of them were valiant beings who had been through many bloody battles. As such, they were definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions in the Magic Hall. The 6 legions were the Heavenly River Legion. System: the commanders were Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Fiend's Sovereign Mo Wen Tian, Fiend's Sovereign Uncle, Dark Turtle Race's Patriarch Ming Jiu, Mad Mosquito Empress, as well as Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Subhoodie, and other upper echelons of small and idle factions and family clans. This included the Fiend race with the War Caravan Legion, as well as Yi Xian's original Heavenly River Legion and Victorious Return Legion, as well as the Dark Turtle race and Blood Mosquito race. This all of them formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. It was a massive lineup that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although their individual cultivation levels were slightly weaker, their potential was definitely the strongest among the 6 legions. Yi Xian had extremely high hopes for them. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fate Stellar Zone was emptied. All the Heavenly Fate race's warships and mechanical war beasts were destroyed. Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his expression turned solemn. After taking a deep breath, he continued, even the Heavenly Fate beast that DE created from the fusion of all the official members of the Heavenly Fate race was exiled into the endless void turbulence. It can be said that if there are no accidents, the Heavenly Fate race and mechanical race have become history and no longer exist. Now, the only major powers left in this chaos fragment are the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The 3 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Alliance should have turned against each other and disintegrated into the Star Alliance, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Human Federation. However, in the previous battle, the awakened Desolate Supremes of these 3 alliances were basically all killed by me. Right now, our Demon Hall is the only powerful force in this fragment of the Great Desolate World. However, the true danger will descend very soon. At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. The Battle of the Chaos was originally a shocking secret. Even the upper echelons of the major powers and races kept it a secret and rarely talked about it. However, now, it is no longer a secret. I have a very strong premonition that the so-called Chaos Apocalypse is about to befall us. At that time, if there are no accidents, the fragments of the void of the entire untainted world that were shattered during the end of the untainted world, including the 3 main starry sky planes, will be pulled together by the power of the green eye of the untainted world. The void we are in now is the main body of the untainted world. Therefore, once the end of the untainted world descends, all the fragments of the untainted world, including the 3 main planes of the starry sky, will gather around us. There will be no barriers, and we can come and go at will. However, at that time, the primeval heaven's eye's control of the laws of this chaos will reach its peak. At that time, the Magic Hall will also leave this chaos fragment and retreat into the chaos void. Before that, there is no need for you to care too much. Just focus on improving your cultivation. However, you must be prepared to retreat at any time. At that time, once I give the order, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the majestic army of the 6 major armies, must gather at once and drive towards the starry passage that I have indicated. Use the fastest speed to leave this place and enter the chaos void. Over there, the Magic Hall has been operating a secret base for many years and has always been in hibernation. After explaining everything, Yi Xian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His entire body was much more relaxed. After a short pause, a dim light flashed in his eyes and he suddenly changed the topic. During this period of time, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the 6 major armies, are not allowed to leave the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve your cultivation, there is one more thing to do. That is to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that I have provided as the inheritance of the Magic Hall. As for how much each of you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck. Xiao. Xiao. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 thin rays of light shot out. Chapter 4987. Besides improving your cultivation with all your might, there's one more thing you have to do, and that's to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that are the inheritances of the Devil Halls. As for how much you're able to comprehend, that'll depend entirely on your own fortune. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of light shot out and rushed towards a life star on the right side of the abode star. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp whistling sounds rang out as the two beams of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sky above the Life Star 10 billion miles to the right. After stopping abruptly, they expanded rapidly against the wind. At the very most. Finally, under the gazes of everyone, they transformed into two gigantic monuments that were tens of thousands of feet tall. These two monuments stood side by side, towering above the atmosphere of the planet. They were both green and misty. Although they were clearly energy bodies, they emitted an extremely dense and heavy aura. On the surface of the monuments, there were a large number of cryptic runes that appeared and disappeared endlessly. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were constantly evolving. If one looked closely, any one of the runes seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. They clearly contained boundless mysteries. These two monuments would forever stand in the Magic Hall. Even if the forbidden land of Rising Sun was emptied in the future, and the 6 Magic Hall legions left this place and entered the primordial void, they would be brought along with them. They would stand in the new Magic Hall's ancestral land in the primordial void, allowing all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immerse themselves in comprehension. However, how much one could comprehend and reap in the end would depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. Just as Yi Xian said, it would all depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck, the supreme ability passed down by the entire Magic Hall. For him to decide to take it out after careful consideration was naturally not an ordinary object. Of these two monuments, the one on the left contained the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Of course, if beasts of other races wanted to comprehend it, they would have to deduce it on their own. Just like the old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine's 9 transformations of the demonic ape, they could transform into the 9 transformations of the demonic dragon, the 9 transformations of the demonic insect, or even the 9 transformations of the demonic dog. As long as one had the ability, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the monument on the right, it contained the mysteries of the fallen sky bow. Of course, it was not complete. It was incomplete. However, for ordinary starry sky masters, even in incomplete mysteries, it was enough to use as a life-saving trump card. However, how much one could comprehend and what the final result would be. All this time, the 6 legions of the Devil Hall had countless subordinates, and all of them were provided with all sorts of top-grade cultivation resources. After all, there were countless experts in the remnant legions, and now, all of them were able to refine flesh and blood medicine. The interaction between the 6 legions was not something the external alliance could compare to. Soon, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall would have their own gains. Maybe there would be a group of amazing people among them. It was also very possible. At this moment, with the formation of the 2 heritage monuments, the whole forbidden land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. From the black-robed desolate sovereign and the other high-ranking members of the Magic Hall to the ordinary masters of the 6 great armies, all of them turned to look at the monuments with burning eyes. There was the power of divine sense sweeping across the 2 heritage monuments, comprehending everything. This scene made Yi Xian feel very gratified. After nodding with a smile, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 7 beautiful cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duan Muxiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were swept away. They passed through the atmosphere of the stars under their feet and returned to the Immortals' Cave Star. At the same time, in the star field of the Star Alliance's headquarters in the void of the Chaos Fragment. First, the Star Alliance's army, which had participated in the invasion of the Tianji star field, had returned not long ago. Even the blood-devouring lion, the only remaining monster of the Star Alliance, had returned. But now, the vast star field occupied by the Star Alliance was dead silent. Although there were many masters of various races in the countless star field, there was no movement. And all the living beings of various races were hibernating in their own caves and lairs, trembling. Unknowingly, an extremely strong aura of despair enveloped the entire star field. In this battle, the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall's allied forces had achieved their goal. At least, all of the Tianji clan's battleships and mechanical beasts had been annihilated without exception. Even the Tianji beast, which had stepped into the Heavenly Dao realm, was forced to self-exile into the endless void of turbulence. De had fused the remaining 8 million members of the Tianji clan with his own body to form the Tianji beast. If there were no accidents, there would be no day of return. However, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated and the Tianji star field was empty, for the Star Alliance, this battle could not be considered a victory. Only winner was the Magic Hall. In addition, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, which had joined forces to besiege the Tianji clan, had fallen apart. It had once again become the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. Not only did they no longer have anything to do with each other, they had even turned against each other. The alliance of 10,000 races was the worst. Long before this battle began, there was no desolate supremacy in the alliance's ancestral land who had awakened. The Human Federation was not much better. De and the entire mechanical clan were basically buried with the Tianji clan and De. Of the Human Federation's top fighting force, only 2 human desolate supremacies managed to escape. Moreover, they were disliked by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, who was too lazy to kill them. Only then did they survive. Otherwise, like the alliance of 10,000 races, the desolate supremacy level fighting force would have been reduced to nothing. As for the Star Alliance, although one of their bloodthirsty war lions had managed to escape, strictly speaking, he was only a Desolation Venerable. His Desolation Venerable combat strength was only achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. There was a time limit. From this point of view, the Star Alliance was not much better off than the alliance of 10,000 races. In the entire alliance, there was not a single desolate supremacy who had awakened. This situation was too awkward, and it made people feel very insecure. In this current situation, if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, wanted to, he could just send 2 Heavenly King avatars here and slaughter the entire Star Alliance. Think. At this point, the blood-devouring lion's body shook violently. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless madness. Roar, the other races of the second universe are still in the second universe. Their ancestral lands are still in the second universe. However, my Battle Lion clan, as well as the Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Rock clan, have already moved all of our clansmen and their entire ancestral lands here. No matter what, all of this cannot be erased by the Magic Hall. Otherwise, my Battle Lion clan will be completely annihilated. For the continuation of our clan, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. M. Chapter 4988. For the continuation of our race, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. With a final roar, the bloodthirsty warlion sprang into action. His body blurred as he charged out of the cavern world and into the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Zhuang as a desolate sovereign, his speed was naturally fast. After a short while, he arrived at the deepest part of the Star Alliance. This area was extremely quiet. There was not a single star in sight within a radius of 10 billion miles. However, in the darkness ahead, there were 3 gloomy light clusters standing in the void. They were not small in diameter, like 3 mysterious stars in the form of energy. They were more like black hole vortexes, but there was a dim light flickering in them. The Star Alliance was formed by various races from the second universe. The leaders of the alliance were the top 10 races of the second universe. Dong. However, since the Dark Tortoise clan had chosen the Magic Hall, the vacated position was taken by another race from the second universe. However, there were still 10 of them. Among the top 10 races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion races were the top 3 races in the second universe's top 10 races. In addition, the reason why the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warlion clan had absolute authority in the Star Alliance was because all of their clansmen had moved from the second universe to this chaos fragment. Bowit was the same for their ancestral lands. The 3 black holes in front of him were the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warlion clan. Inside the vortexes, there were many slumbering ancestors of the 3 races. There was no lack of powerful desolate sovereigns among them. Initially, they still needed to sleep for a period of time before they could wake up. However, the blood-devouring war lion could not wait any longer. The reason why he had rushed to the depths of the star area from the cave star was to wake up the ancestors of the three clans in the three energy whirlpools. He did not want to wake up just one of them, but all of them. Because, in his opinion, even if all the ancestors of the various eras were to be awakened from their slumber in the ancestral lands of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they would definitely not be a match for the current Demon Hall. Therefore, waking up all of the ancestors in the three vortexes was only the first step of the bloodthirsty Warlian's plan. Connect after all the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan woke up from their slumber in the ancestral land of their clans, he still had a follow-up operation to carry out. Otherwise, they would not be able to contend with the increasingly powerful Magic Hall. Naturally, this would have an effect. If the ancestors of the three clans in the three energy vortexes were allowed to awaken on their own, their cultivation and strength would be able to reach the pinnacle. When they first entered their hibernation, they had already made the corresponding preparations. However, waking them up ahead of time would not be as he had expected. However, the bloodthirsty Warlion could not wait any longer. All the members of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Warlion tribes had migrated to this chaos fragment. If the master of the Magic Hall were to attack, the Star Alliance would not be able to resist and the Warlion clan would be wiped out. He could not accept such an outcome. In order to save his clan, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan was willing to pay a price. Roar! Whoosh! 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 With a flash of cold light, the blood-devouring Warlion raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, from its bloody mouth, 3 blood arrows shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead. This, this, the aura of the 3 blood arrows was dense and tyrannical. The blood-devouring Warlion had even mixed a drop of soul blood into each of them. In order to awaken the Blood Flood Dragon race, Azure Rock race, and Warlion race's ancestors, he had paid a heavy price. Buzz! 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 As soon as the blood arrows entered the 3 vortexes, a low buzzing sound could be heard coming from them. But, the bloodthirsty Warlion did not do anything else. He stood in the void and waited patiently. Time passed slowly, but the blood-devouring Warlion still did not leave. The low humming sound coming from the 3 vortexes 10 billion miles ahead grew more rapid and high-pitched. 1. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, different sounds could be heard coming from the 3 vortexes. Roar! 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 This is the soul blood of the Warlion clan's ancestor. He is forcefully summoning us. What did he do? How did he end up in this situation? Back then, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan's bloodline primordial ancestor had set a rule. He ordered the 3 clans to work together at all times. Once the old ancestors of the various eras in slumber in the ancestral lands of the 3 races capture the soul blood aura of any desolate venerable level expert of the 3 races, they must immediately interrupt their slumber and forcefully awaken. This means that the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan, and the Warlion clan are in grave danger. How many years has it been? There has never been such a crisis. But today, is it really coming? Wake up. Fellow Daoists, the danger of the survival of our bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans has arrived, and our slumber is meaningless any longer. All external enemies that come to disturb us must be annihilated, and we must use blood and fire to defend the dignity of our 3 clans. Roar! Screech, rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as these deep and distant divine sense voices rang out, the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up side by side in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting thunderous rumbles. At the same time, there were roars and howls raging in the vortexes. At first, there were not many of them, but they soon became denser. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, streaks of light blasted out from the 3 energy vortexes. After rushing out of the 3 energy vortexes, they expanded in the wind, instantly turning into bloody dragons, green rocks, and fierce battle lions. These were the ancestors of the three clans who entered the ancestral lands of the three clans in different eras to begin their slumber. Because they had entered seclusion at different times in the ancestral land at different times, their original cultivation bases were also different. Therefore, although they were awakened at the same time by the blood-devouring war lion's soul blood aura, they ended their long slumber and came out of seclusion at the same time. However, in fact, the blood flood dragon, green rock, and battle lion clans' ancestors from different eras who had rushed out from the three energy whirlpools had different auras of cultivation. However, the weakest one was a universe master. As for the strongest one, he had reached the desolate supremacy level. 3. The number of ancestors of the various eras who rushed out of the ancestral lands of the three vortexes was not small. There were more than 100 of them. It was absolutely shocking. Chapter 4989. Roar. Roar, screech, along with earth-shattering roars and howls, one figure after another charged out from the three energy vortexes 10 billion kilometers ahead. Only after 30 minutes had passed did everything come to a stop. The incessant buzzing in the air disappeared, and the three star-like energy vortexes no longer trembled. This meant that the ancestors of the three clans had all awakened and emerged from their slumber. Looking over, there were already close to 200 figures in the space in front of him. They were all in the form of the blood flood dragon, the azure rock, and the battle lion race. There were big and small figures, but their forms were basically the same. There were only some slight differences. There were about 60 of the 200 ancestors from the Gorfine dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race, and the weakest of them was a universe master. Until there were about 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era and 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era. Plus, altogether, there were 16 or 17 primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns among the nearly 200 primordial patriarchs from different eras. There were even 2 supreme beings of the blood dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race, who were at the peak of the 9th stage. But, even so, there were only 6 supreme beings of the half-step heavenly Tao among the 3 races, which was still no match for the magic hall. Everyone, the Gorfine dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race are facing an existential crisis. After the 3 energy whirlpools 10 billion miles ahead had completely stabilized, the bloodthirsty battle lion in the void suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with endless resentment. Although the Tianji race was basically annihilated in the previous battle, at the last moment, they joined forces with the Star Alliance to attack the Magic Hall in the Tianji Star Sector and killed our fellow Daoists. The 9-headed bloodworm and the Azure Sky Rock have fallen at the hands of the Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who joined the Star Alliance, were killed by Yi Xian. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful one in this primordial world fragment. Just the Desolate Supremacy, who is a half-step into the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, already has 8 of them. Even if all the patriarchs of our blood flood dragon, green rock, and battle lion clans were awakened, they would still not be a match for them. Speaking of this, the blood-devouring war lion suddenly paused. Then, he used his divine sense to tell the blood-devouring war lion about the structure of the various forces in this fragment of the untainted land, as well as what had happened after he brought all the clansmen of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan into this fragment of the untainted land. Surprisingly, the nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans had been hibernating in their respective clans' ancestral lands all this time. They had no idea what was going on outside. Across from them, there was silence. The nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans who had just awakened from their respective ancestral lands listened attentively to the blood-devouring war lion's introduction. Their eyes glowed with a mysterious light, making it impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. "You have just awoken from our long slumber, so we can't be too emotional. Otherwise, it won't do us any good. That's the gist of the situation. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful force in this untainted land fragment of the untainted land. The alliance of 10,000 clans and the Human Federation have turned against the Star Alliance. What's more, they can't even protect themselves right now. Even if they don't turn against us, they won't have the time to deal with us. As soon as the master of the magic hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. When the time comes, the other clans from the first universe will be fine. After all, there are still clans and ancestral lands in the first universe. However, the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans have done the same. If the master of the magic hall arrives, our 3 clans will be in grave danger. This is the reason why I have decided to awaken all the patriarchs of the 3 clans who have been hibernating in our ancestral lands. However, even if all the patriarchs of the 3 clans awaken from their slumber in our ancestral lands, we still won't be a match for the magic hall. At this point, the blood-devouring war lion paused again and swept its gaze across the 200 or so ancestors of the 3 clans in front of it. So, what I mean is that we should work together and activate the power of the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of our 3 races. We will blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this star zone with a certain star zone in the second universe. This way, the armies of the other clans in the second universe will be able to pass through this void passage and arrive here in no time. The patriarchs of the various clans who have been hibernating in their ancestral lands can be awakened at any time. At the same time, if the threat of annihilation really descends, the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan can immediately retreat to the second universe through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. All in all, the Star Alliance doesn't only consist of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Ever since we entered the Chaos Fragment, the armies of the other clans in the second universe have been living under our protection, but now, our 3 races have already awakened the slumbering ancestors of the various eras in our ancestral lands, but it's still not enough to contend against the Demon Hall. As such, it's naturally time for all the other races to contribute to the alliance. Seconded. I don't have any objections, this is how it should be. Seconded. As the blood-devouring war lion's voice faded away, the nearly 200 ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the War Lion clan, who had just awoken from their slumber, immediately made their stance known. Most importantly, the final result was unanimous approval. Everyone supported the blood-devouring war lion's decision and proposal. No one objected. After all, for the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans, this proposal was only beneficial. There was no reason for them to object. Such an outcome was within the blood-devouring war lion's expectations. At this moment, when he saw that none of the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans had objected and reached a consensus, he immediately nodded with a gratified expression on his face. Then, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rang out again. In that case, let's begin. Everyone, listen to my unified command. Use all your strength to activate the energy vortex in the ancestral lands of the 3 clans. Create a resonance. 3, 2, 1. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-devouring war lion raised his head and roared the last 2 words. As this roar rang out, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans from various eras also fully activated the power in their bodies and shot out pillars of energy at the same time. Rumbling sounds echoed out. Chapter 4990. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, a large number of air-piercing sounds rang out. They were so sharp that it made one's scalp go numb. Following the blood-devouring war lion let out a final roar. Instantly, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans in the void in front of them also urged the energy in their bodies to shoot out beams of energy at the same time. These 200 beams of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the 3 clans urging the energy in their bodies at all costs. These energy beams were of different colors, but they were all extremely hot. They emitted an extremely dense energy aura. In the blink of an eye, they all entered the 3 energy whirlpools that were arranged in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. These 3 energy whirlpools were the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the 3 clans were sleeping in them. It was created by the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans. Back then, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans who left behind the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan in the second universe were the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuan Peng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Before they left the second universe for the primordial chaos void, they each used their own bloodline to create these three energy whirlpools. It could be said that the three energy whirlpools contained the bloodline powers of the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuan Peng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Also because of this, they were considered the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans all entered seclusion in these energy whirlpools and were nurtured by the primordial ancestors' bloodline power. The effect was much better than cultivating and sleeping in the void outside. For example, today, all the ancestors of the three clans who had just woken up activated their own bloodline power. They even added some soul blood to activate their own power. They turned into beams of bloodline power and entered the three energy whirlpools. For a moment they resonated with each other. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz, a strange buzzing sound instantly rang out. At first it was extremely low and slow, but very soon, it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone, including the blood-devouring war lion, held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but there was also a hint of exhaustion in their expressions. The energy beam that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 200 pairs of eyes were focused on the three star-like energy whirlpools, revealing endless passion and expectation. Void in the air, the strange buzzing sound became sharper and more rapid. One under everyone's gazes, the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a straight line in the void 10 billion miles away gradually seemed to sense each other, resonating and synchronizing with each other, creating an invisible attractive force between them. That's right, they were originally in a row, but now they were gathering towards the center. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited, because this meant that their efforts had succeeded. The ancestral whirlpools of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans were about to merge into one. Century that would be the time when the void passageway that had locked onto the coordinates of the second universe would descend. Buzz buzz buzz. The buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Boom! Rumble rumble rumble, hiss, in the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. It was so powerful that the Star Alliance's territory began to tremble. At this moment, in the countless inhabited stars of the second universe, countless clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe trembled in fear. They thought that this was the arrival of the Magic Hall's invasion army. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, all the clansmen and experts of different clans in the inhabited stars instinctively crouched on the ground, hiding in the corners of their cave mansions. They shivered, their eyes filled with desperation as if the end of the world had come. But, soon, these clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe froze in unison. Their expressions were sluggish, and their eyes were filled with confusion. But they subconsciously raised their heads. Regardless of whether they could see or not, they all gazed into the depths of the star field. In the next moment, they suddenly felt a familiar presence. Although it was faint and indistinct, the summoning power that came from the bloodline couldn't lie. They seemed to have sensed the presence of the origin of their bloodline in their ancestral land. It wasn't an illusion, it was reality. Just as the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of the Blood Wirm, Xianpeng, and Battle Lion clansmen resonated with each other, fusing into one and exploding with a loud bang. In the depths of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance, there was a crisp sound like the cry of a phoenix. In the void, a huge fissure suddenly appeared. This fissure was too shocking. It stretched across the deepest part of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right. It almost pierced through the entire star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was extremely wide, but also very narrow. At first it was only tens of millions of miles high, but soon it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly expanding, In just a few breaths of time, a fissure appeared in the deepest part of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was as large as the sky. From left to right it was tens of billions of miles wide, and from top to bottom it was more than 10 billion miles high. It took up a corner of the star field. The crack that seemed like a huge curtain of space was originally pitch black, and there were even large amounts of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc. However, under the influence of some unknown, invisible force, the structure of the crack became more and more stable. Even the pitch-black crack seemed to have gradually thinned out, and some changes had taken place. Whoosh! There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the void. Suddenly, an eye-catching ray of light appeared within the fissure. It was a ray of starlight, coming from the other side of the fissure. At first there was only one ray of starlight, but soon there were more and more of it. In just a few breaths of time, there was a flickering light. Under the illumination of these faint rays of starlight, the fissure was no longer pitch black. It shone like a river of stars. And, judging from the aura of this galaxy that had suddenly appeared, it was clearly the aura of the second universe plane of the three great starry skies. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Blood Wyrm, Cyan Peng, and Battle Lion clansmen had finally succeeded in merging the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the chaos. Chapter 4991. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans finally succeeded in merging the second universe with the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. In the depths of the Star Alliance's territory, a spacious passageway to the second universe was finally stabilized. The passageway was vast, spanning tens of billions of kilometers from left to right and from top to bottom. The height of the passageway was more than 10 billion kilometers. Not to mention an army of battleships, even giant planets could pass through it with ease. From this moment on, there was no longer any barrier between the second universe and the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. Through this passageway, any expert or army of any faction could freely travel between the Eldritch Wastelands fragment and the second universe. This was of great significance, especially to the Star Alliance. It was immeasurable. With the passageway stabilized, not only would the armies of the second universe be able to descend on the Star Alliance's territory at any time, even the slumbering ancestors of the various clans would be able to do so. In the event of an invasion, any expert of the Star Alliance in the Eldritch Wastelands fragment would be able to escape to the second universe through the passageway if they were unable to defend themselves. Although this was equivalent to bringing the invading enemy into the second universe, if the combined forces of all the races in the second universe were unable to resist the invading enemy, then if the enemy really wanted to, it was only a matter of time before they chased after them. There was not much difference whether they had the convenience of this void passage or not. But still, therefore, the passageway that stabilized the Eldritch Wastelands fragment's orbit with the second universe had its disadvantages, but in short, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Now that the passageway had been stabilized, the nearly 200 newly awakened ancestors of the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Cyan Rock could finally relax. With the passageway, the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans would at least be able to avoid being wiped out if the Magic Hall's army attacked. At worst, they could just escape to the second universe. At that time, he could pull in the other races of the second universe and have them awaken all the ancestors of the various eras that were hibernating in their ancestral lands. Together, they could fight against the Magic Hall, and they might be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to do so just yet. The Magic Hall's army hadn't arrived yet, and there was no sign that they were about to launch a full-scale attack on the Star Alliance. The greatest purpose of this void passage's existence is actually to provide a safe and secure final path of retreat. Roar. Roar. Screech. It didn't take long before roars and screams filled the Star Alliance. They were filled with joy and surprise. This was the roar of the leaders of the Star Alliance from the second universe. They could sense the presence of their ancestral lands, and it was coming from every corner of the Star Alliance. Desire to rush into the void passage leading to the second universe. The leaders of the Bloodline Wyrm clan and the Bloodline Wyrm clan didn't stop them. Instead, they sent some of their leaders back to the second universe to report the situation to their respective ancestors. At the very least, it would alert the higher-ups of the various races who had stayed behind in the second universe. When they were needed, those old fellows would know what to do. They would be able to wake up the ancestors of the various eras who were sleeping in the ancestral land as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rumble, rumble. 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 Fleet after fleet rushed into the void passage and returned to the ancestral lands of the second universe, the alliance of 10,000 races. It had been a long time since the battle in the Tianji galaxy. The Alliance's army had long since returned to the Alliance's territory. Since then, they had remained dormant, not daring to go out again. However, they did send out a large number of scouts. They paid close attention to the progress of the battle in the Tianji galaxy and reported back as soon as possible. The Alliance was one of the three great powers that had formed the Heavenly Order Alliance. They had also participated in the battle in the Tianji galaxy. The Alliance's army had sent a fleet of warships through the Stargate that connected to the Human Federation's galaxy. But, they had only participated in the initial, conventional battle. As for the battle against the Heaven's Legacy Beast, not a single expert from the entire Myriad Races Alliance had participated in it. Back then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance had sent an army from each of the three main planes of the universe. The Alliance's space rats, infernal ants, ferals, and slimes had all migrated to the second universe, just like the bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Peng, and Battle Lion. This time, the four races had also brought 40 billion battleships gathered by the other slave races in the first universe. Since then, the entire alliance of 10,000 races had 24 late-stage mighty figures and 4 middle-stage supreme masters of the ancients. However, within such a short time, the 4 desolate masters and 24 late-stage supremes had all been killed by the master of magic hall, Yi Xian. Currently, there were only a dozen or so primordial powerhouses in the Myriad Races Alliance. After Yi Xian killed all 4 of the desolate elders of the Myriad Races Alliance, they were awakened by the Universe Supremes of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime from the ancestral lands of the 4 races that had already moved over. Woo! The ones who had awakened them were merely Universe Supreme beings of the 4 races. The concentration of their bloodlines was not enough to awaken a desolate master. Primordial great beings were the limit. Hence, there was no desolate master in the current alliance of myriad races. There were only a dozen great beings of the 4 races. Now, the war in the Tianji Star Zone had completely come to an end. Everything that happened after that had already spread. And now, the dozen or so almighties of the 4 races in charge of the alliance of the 10,000 races were having a secret meeting in the Alliance Hall in the depths of the Star Zone. In this war, the Tianji clan had been exterminated. Only one Tianji beast, who had entered the Heavenly Path realm, was left. It had been severely injured and had been exiled to the turbulent void space. However, the Heavenly Path Alliance had suffered a devastating blow because of this. Of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had turned against each other. Although the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't involved in this and was innocent, the Heavenly Dao Alliance was only in name now that the Heavenly Dao Alliance had turned against each other. Even if the alliance of the myriad races wanted to continue forming an alliance with the Star Alliance or the Human Federation, it was basically impossible. Moreover, from this war, the upper echelons of the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had become unsightly. Honestly speaking, none of the upper echelons of the alliance of the myriad races had the slightest intention of forming an alliance with them. Without a desolate master, the alliance of the myriad races had to be carefully considered. Right now, the alliance of the myriad races was discussing this matter. Chapter 4992. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall deep in the Alliance Star Field, a dozen powerful beings from the desolate era were having a secret meeting. Based on the current situation of the void fragment of the primitive world, they put forward all kinds of suggestions and ideas about the future of the alliance of all races. The hearts of the 10+ almighty figures were very heavy, and the expressions on their faces were extremely heavy as well. They revealed a wisp of worry that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was annihilated and the Heaven's Legacy beast was heavily injured and exiled, the Heavenly Dao Alliance also fell apart because of this. Our Myriad Race Alliance doesn't have a desolate supremacy level combat strength to hold down the fort, making it extremely dangerous. Not only the Magic Hall, but even the Human Federation and the Star Alliance could secretly attack us. Those old fogies aren't good people either. Previously, it was inconvenient for them to make a move because of the formation of the Heavenly Dao Union. Now that the Human Federation and the Star Alliance have shed all pretense of cordiality, if necessary, the alliance of 10,000 races is no more than a soft persimmon in their eyes. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, seems to have a deep misunderstanding of our alliance. He attacked us twice, killing the 24 powerful beings and 4 desolate supremacies that were originally in charge of our alliance. Seeing how deep his hatred is, it's hard to guarantee that the Magic Hall will attack our alliance. This is indeed a serious matter, and we have to be on guard early. Now, I'm afraid that we can only awaken some desolate supremacies from the ancestral land that we moved from and let them take charge of the situation. Now that the Magic Hall is the most powerful one, there are already 8 desolate supremacies who are half a step into the Heavenly Dao realm. If the desolate supremacies that we awaken from our ancestral land are too few and their cultivation is too weak, it's meaningless. But if there are too many of them, it's indeed a pity. It's really a headache to figure out how to balance and grasp the situation. He said. At this point, the powerful beings in the hall looked at each other and all shook their heads and sighed. Whoosh! When everyone was unable to make a decision, a ray of light suddenly shot in from outside the hall. It was caught by one of the dozen or so great beings, and the power of divine sense instantly extended into it. Hiss! Is the Star Alliance out of their minds? Yes. With just a slight probe, the expression of the giant ferocious race's ancient supreme expert suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock. Everyone turned around at the same time. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Take a look and you'll know. Xiao. The primordial expert of the giant ferocious race frowned. He waved his hand and passed the sliver of light to the other primordial experts in the hall. After a few breaths of time, everyone finished reading it, and all of them gasped while similarly shocked expressions appeared on their faces, causing them to exclaim with astonishment. The bloodthirsty lion awoke the slumbering ancestors of the Bloodrakes, the Cyan Rocks, and the war lions from their ancestral lands. It even gathered the strength of nearly 200 ancestors and destroyed their ancestral lands to blast open a void passage in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system. That's how it stabilized the orbit of the second universe. It's really a big deal. It seems that the old man was forced to do this because he had no other choice. After all, the Battle Lion clan, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, and the Green Rock clan have already moved all their clansmen to this fragment of the untainted world, including the Bloodline ancestral land where the ancestors of the various eras are hibernating. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Hall Master comes to find us, the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other 2 clans will definitely be completely wiped out. The blood-devouring battle lions paid such a heavy price to prevent the Bloodhorn Dragon clan and the other 2 clans from being annihilated. By doing so, they forcibly tied the other clans in the second universe to the same boat as the 3 clans, and they would live and die together. It seems that the space rats, hell ants, giant ferocious, and evil slime tribes are also in the same situation. Not only have all of our people moved here, but even our ancestral lands are also in the same situation. To be honest, the danger we face is even more serious than the Bloodrakes and the other 2 tribes. Before they made this decision, at least the bloodthirsty lion had the battle strength of a desolate master, but we, at this point, the last almighty from the Space Mouse clan suddenly stopped speaking, but the expression on his face suddenly became strange. He turned to look at the other almighty figures of the 4 clans in the hall. This. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy. More than 10 ancient powerhouses from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans looked at each other. Although none of them said anything, their expressions were very conflicted. Their eyes flickered incessantly. It was clear that they were in a dilemma, pondering over some extremely difficult decision. The uneasy silence only lasted for a dozen breaths. After a dozen breaths, the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil slime clans in the hall raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other again. This time, with just a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. Suddenly, their entire bodies became inexplicably relaxed. Among them, a few of them even heaved a sigh of relief. A faint smile that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared on their faces. Then, they nodded and continued to speak. The overall situation in this Chaos World fragment is too serious. The Magic Hall is the strongest, and the Human Race Federation and the Star Federation are desperate. Only our Myriad Races Alliance is the weakest. It's too dangerous, we have to take a strong medicine. The Star Alliance has at least one bloodthirsty lion with the battle strength of a desolate master, but they also made the same choice. Why can't we follow suit? That's right, don't tell me that we have to fight against the Magic Hall, the Human Race Federation, and the Star Alliance. Even if we're not afraid of death, we can't drag the countless powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance down with us. It's one thing for the other races. Even if all the armies in the Alliance are dead, at least there are still people in the first universe. However, we, the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious beasts, and the evil spirit slime, have already migrated here. If there's even the slightest mistake, for our 4 races, it's a real danger of extinction. If that's the case, we'll become the sinners of our race. Even death won't be regretted, so there's no need to think too much. There's already a precedent. We can follow the Star Alliance's example and make the same choice as the bloodthirsty lion. We can draw a gourd and draw a bottle gourd. We can wake up the slumbering ancestors of the 4 races, then, we can let the ancestors decide whether to destroy the ancestral lands of the 4 races and build a parallel passage to the first universe like the Star Alliance did. It's decided. There's no need to think about it anymore. Seconded. M.